Today I woke up feeling pretty good and feeling like I should go out on a run. Don't know where, I don't care. Put my headphones on and played my favorite song and drifted off to a different space. A different time and place. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready, I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Not today, maybe. Today I woke up, skies are looking gray and I just wanna stay in bed all day. Then I pretend the sun is shining and butterflies are flying over my head. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready, I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Nah, 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 not today. Not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today.
It is time, it's the perfect summer night. And those three words are spelled out in your eyes. But before I go on, say something wrong. I just hope and bite my tongue. Cause you've been told too many times before. Yeah, you've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say that I love you. When the line between us just fades and blurs. That's the time when we just don't need more words. Cause you've been told too many times before. You've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new, and I'll never say that I love you. Yes, I'm gonna try with something new, and I'll never say that I love you.
Opened my mind up to something higher, to something brighter, Go slow, go slow, go slow. Go slow, go slow, go slow. I'm just living in the moment. I'm just living in the moment. Yeah. I've been taking mornings slowly, waking up with the sweet sound of the birds, reading books and sipping coffee. I forgot how much I love getting lost in words. Well, it took us a while to get here. It took the world falling apart, but maybe we needed to take a step back to remember how lucky we are. us this long. This long. This long. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon. Sunlight is keeping us warm against our will, but sitting still, savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long. Waiting, patient, only thing that I've never been good at. No, no, chasing ways to have you to myself just like I should, yeah. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body. Turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't fight you. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning round your bedroom. Touch me like the sun touches the morning. Yeah, yeah, wind me up one look and you can read me like a story. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body. Turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't lie, yeah. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning round my head, around my bed. Do it again, no going back, got it bad. Round my head, around my bed. Do it again, no going back, got it bad. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning. I used to stick around, definitely not for too long. But boy, you got me hooked and made me wanna write this song. Not all guys are the same, apparently I was wrong.
Welcome, everyone, to the inaugural edition of the first edition of the Global Synergy Conference. This event is held under the title Unifying Visions, Unlocking Sustainable Realities. The aim of the 4 panels we've organized today is to bridge the gap in understanding between our respective continents and discover ways to cooperate and engage in mutually beneficial manners. to provide us with better insights on the goals of today over the courses of the discussions, the Q&As, and the many informal chats that you'll be having today, I hand over to the Martens Center's president, Mikuláš Dzerinda. President, over to you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is an honor to welcome you all to this landmark event, the Global Synergy Conference hosted by the Wilfried Martens Center for European Studies. That is, as you may know, the official political think tank of the European People's Party. As the subtitle of this conference is Uniting Visions, Unlocking Sustainable Realities, the role of Europe, Asia, and Latin America in the global economic transformation, I'd like to extend a special welcome to our guests from Southeast Asia and Latin America. Welcome. I would say that after the cloudless turn of the millennium, the world has gone through many upheavals in the last 15 years. First, we were hit by the global financial crisis, then by a massive wave of migration. The COVID-19 pandemic literally hit the whole world. So did Russia's war against Ukraine, as well as the brutality of Hamas on the 7th of October last year, with all the consequences that it seems are far from final. These shocks, compounded by deepening social divisions, culture wars, but also political polarization in many countries around the world, and above all, climate change, have led to a disruption of the world order and a questioning of the process of globalization. Henry Kissinger, in his book, Does America Need a Foreign Policy?, more than 20 years ago wrote, short quotation, "The gap between the economic and political worlds is the Achilles heel of the globalization process. It carries with it the risk of the emergence of two-tier economies in developing countries. Perhaps 20% of these economies will become part of the transnational system, mostly as part of large multinational companies. The rest, and most of the population at first, may be left on the sidelines," the end of quotation. Developments in the world seemed to confirm Kissinger's thoughts at the time. Even in the United States itself, in the country who was the architect of such multilateral institutions as the IMF, the World Bank, and the United Nations, the current political leadership sees more promise in the targeted, well-focused measures, such as the proposed global agreement on sustainable steel and aluminum, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, and for the Partnership for America's Economic Prosperity. The last fall edition of Foreign Policy magazine is titled Alliances That Matter Now. In the article written by the magazine's deputy editor, Stefan Theil, we can read that the war with Russia has also accelerated the emergence of new partnerships. China and Russia are growing closer, although they have not yet concluded a formal pact. Similar to the West, they are building structures to tie in allies and partners, including a newly expanded BRICS and Shanghai Cooperation Organization. the most creative and dynamic form of international cooperation is the new minilateral groups, such as Quadrilateral Security Dialogue and the Australia-United Kingdom-United States Pact. As C. Raja Mohan, an Indian academic, journalist, and political analyst, argues in the same edition of the Foreign Policy magazine, these are nimble, pragmatic coalitions that overcome multilateral paralysis while avoiding more formal alliances. This flexibility is particularly attractive for countries such as India, which is keen to preserve its strategic autonomy, even as it shifts into closer alignment with the West. Looking at the Global South, Stefan Thale continues. Of course, global problems still require global cooperation. Large parts of the world remain outside both old and new power blocks. But the weakness of alliances in the Global South may be a feature, not a flaw. As long as countries are focused on development, it may be in their interest to avoid alignment and let the two geopolitical camps bid for their favors. Intra-African and intra-Latin America cooperation is relatively weak, perhaps because ambitious strategic actors capable of organizing regional cooperation and shaping transnational institutions have yet to emerge. Ladies and gentlemen, today in Brussels, we will see and maybe experience exactly what the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Foreign Policy magazine is talking about. We will explore what form of effective cooperation between the EU and the Global South or some of its actors is possible and mutually beneficial, mutually attractive. We will do so because the EU is increasingly aware of its own responsibility to address global problems as well as regional challenges. We, Europeans, appreciate that we are part of a strong bloc, the Transatlantic Alliance, and of the wider West. However, this should in no way hinder us in our effort to seek new partnerships in new alliances in the region of the Global South. The Mercosur Agreement, completed in 2019 by representatives of the two blocs after 20 years of negotiations, offered promising prospects for the development of mutual trade, but also for deepening cooperation in the areas of migration and environmental protection. However, the ratification process of this agreement has shown how complex and challenging the issue of safeguards is for our economies. This doesn't mean, however, that we should give up on such cooperation. After all, even the trade agreement between the EU and our closest ally, the United States, known as TTIP, if you remember, has not been a resounding process. We can see how difficult it is to water down protective measures in the current relationship of several countries towards Ukraine. We are all helping Ukraine. We are backing heavily Ukraine. But when it comes to the protection of our farmers and their competitiveness on the global or world markets, problems arise. Look at Poland of these days, just to illustrate. So, dear friends, today we meet in Brussels in the hope of offering our political leaders, as well as our businesses and citizens in general, an attractive vision for the development of cooperation between the EU and the countries of Southeast Asia and Latin America. Remember, the journey towards a sustainable future is not a solitary one. It requires the combined strength, wisdom, and commitment of every region, every nation, but also every individual represented in this room. I am happy to see our guests representing India, Taiwan, Singapore, Uruguay, and Brazil, as well as representatives of the EU institutions and EU member states. I wish that this event be the catalyst for a new era of global collaboration with inspiring ideas where we move beyond Eurocentric solutions and embrace the synergies that lie at the heart of a truly sustainable future. Wishing us all a very successful conference. Thank you, and Theo, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our first panel, Euro-Asian Trade, Unlocking the Power of Sustainable Markets. Your discussants today include Anna-Michelle Asimakopoulou, a Greek member of the European Parliament and Vice Chair of the INTA Committee. We also will be joined by Shrikant Gupta, a professor at the Department of Economics at the University of Delhi, Renu Kohli, a senior fellow at the Center for Social and Economic Progress, and Andreas Morki, a professor of business administration, intercultural management, and business ethics at the Hochschule in Worms. Our moderator will be Peter Heffele, policy director of the Martens Center. Enjoy.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear President, dear friends, colleagues. Warm welcome also to the first panel on the Euro-Asia Trade, Unlocking Power of Sustainable Markets within the new format of our Global Synergy Conference. I'm very delighted to be here on the panel with 4 renowned speakers. Thanks for having accepted our invitation, and I will introduce you briefly in a second. As our event is also live streamed, I would like to welcome, of course, all people around the globe, I hope, who are watching us and following this debate. We start with a 5-minute short introduction based upon some questions I have already sent to you. But let me start with some first remarks. You know, the Green Deal is the fundamental transformation of the European economy towards climate neutrality. It's the largest major project of the outgoing Commission, and it's one of 3 big projects. The next are the digital space here, creating Europe as a digital space, and of course, in more recent times, the European pillar of defense and security. These are the major big issues. Well, we are facing challenges, but we are not alone, as President, you mentioned. Asia is also facing fundamental, and Latin America as well, fundamental challenges on its way to modernize its societies and economies. The price for this economic rise, as we have lived in Asia many years, is very high in terms of environmental damages, social inequality, and unbalanced development between rural and urban areas, just to name a few things, not so unknown, by the way, to Europeans as well. And in many countries, and in Asia in particular, the state had been very dominant in terms of developing, or at least trying to develop. So we have to discuss, indeed, the role of the state, of the enterprises, and of course of the society, which is an important issue, and ask whether there's enough space to flourish, to contribute with ideas and innovations. We start with looking into the trade dimension. It's the major issue. We all know that EU trade relations are one of the most important things. If we talk about European-Asia policy, it's mainly trade and economic policy. That is part of the story and the problem, by the way, that we have a very economic-based perspective. We bring in, and I'm glad to have you all here, that we have different perceptions, and I think this is something, President, you mentioned that perceptions matters really. We are often living in our Brussels European bubble. There might be other perceptions, and part of the reasons why we often get in troubles is we do not acknowledge different perceptions, and I'm glad to have the perspectives here from India, but also from Japan, Andreas, and the European perspective as well. So, a short introduction. Anne-Michelle, I'm very glad to have you here. You are, as President mentioned, a member of the European Parliament from Greece. You are a member of our party, the European People's Party. Well, an economist by training and an attorney by law. You have lived a long time of your career in the United States, so please don't forget the perspective of the United States, which really matters. And now you're in the Trade Committee, perfectly fitting to our issues, and you will later on reply a bit on the state where we stand for the moment. Shrikant, when we first met, you're swirling around between Singapore, the United States, and India, so you're really a global guy on environmental and climate change policy. This was what I have learned a lot of it. And you work with international institutions, so don't forget that it's not just European and national dimensions, it's World Bank, IFC, and so on. Reno, as an economist, you have dealt a lot with developments in your country, in India, and it's, I think, not by surprise that we have two Indian representatives today here, because next to China, it's the next rising power, and what happens and how you decide will have a massive impact on our global development with 1.4 billion people. And elections, by the way, the largest elections this year, just to remember, it's not the US, it's India, which really matters. Andreas, we first met in Tokyo when you had still been the CEO of the Messe Düsseldorf. We did a lot in energy business, and Japan, of course, plays a major role in this transformation process, maybe a different way. We're talking about that later on. So now let's start with the European perspective. Anna-Michelle, the ambitions of European trade policy are high. They are very well known. Coming along with some shortcomings, Mercosur is still in the pipe. We will see whether we will succeed. Others towards Asia had been closed, others failed so far. Are we able to strike a balance between our ambitious developing goals, for example, and the expectations on the other side? Is our normative approach in certain ways with standards in social and economics sufficient? And as a second part, the issue on these critical raw materials, because when we talk about sustainable transformation, we all know we need certain materials. And Europe is not the richest continent in this respect. At least we didn't dig into our soil. So we rely heavily on partners abroad. So two big issues, the trade story, and of course the very specific point on how we manage our transformation by trade. The floor is yours. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation today. Congratulations for this wonderful event. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be with this distinguished panel to discuss basically what has been at the heart of my efforts during this mandate, my first mandate in the European Parliament, where I wanted to be on INTA. Trade was one of the things that I was interested in. Critical raw materials, I have to admit, I sort of discovered along the way, but I'll get to that. So, of course, I went to the Trade Committee as its vice chair and thought, well, we're going to do a lot of trade deals. We did Vietnam, we did Chile, well, Vietnam was ready, Kenya, New Zealand. Those are the deals that we've done so far. And out there are, as you mentioned, Mercosur. That's only been 25 years now that we're actually discussing Mercosur. Australia, which sort of ran into a difficult spot. Indonesia, India, Thailand. This is what's in the pipeline. So the focus today, I think, is very very useful when you look at the geopolitics of trade in general. Euro-Asian trade is a very useful topic, so I'm very interested in hearing what this distinguished panel has to say. Europe's a very big market, you know that. This is our power. Trade is a strong-arming exercise sometimes, and Europe has a lot of firepower because it's a big market. This Brussels effect that we all talk about in our bubble means that when we put out global standards on anything, a lot of times the world follows us because they want to do business with us. So at the beginning of the mandate, as we were progressing with these deals, the first big issue that we discussed for a long time was trade and sustainable development chapters and how these are going to go into the trade deals, with one side of the House saying that, these have to be very strict and enforceable, and another side saying, we're looking for balance, which is what you said, which means don't overburden our partners, don't scare them away. Yes, of course, trade is not just trade for trade, it's also trade for our values, and we try to export our values, but there are limits to this exercise. So after a lot of negotiations, we ended up with a balanced compromise, which said that we'll have enforceable TSD chapters heretofore, and with certain agreements that we were already in, these chapters would not be included or would be sort of watered down so that we didn't ruin the deals that were already in the pipeline. A nice compromise. I'm going to comment on India. We see a huge amount of resistance from the Indian government when it comes to including TSD chapters that are sanctionable, not to including the issues of sustainability in general, but this specifically. This is something reflected in a more broader context at the multinational letter. We've seen statements indicating that India might not support declaratory texts that interlink trade with sustainability at the upcoming WTO ministerial conference, for example. We all know that this is also coming from a pre-election mode where farmers are in the streets, and a lot of these things that they're complaining about have to do with our trade deals. And I read with interest that one of the demands of the farmers' union in India is that they leave the WTO altogether. So we have to recognize this balancing act, and I'll put something else on the scale. That's that we've done an enormous amount of legislating in this term that affects our trade deals. CBAM, let's start with that one. The deforestation regulation, the forced labor regulation, due diligence regulation. All of this is aimed at both greening our trade and also putting our values at the center of our trade relationship. But these steps have very large consequences for our trading partners, and sometimes they have difficulty with these adjustments. So I know we have these increased demands about sustainability, and I know we have this new legislation, but ultimately we have to do trade deals. Trade has major benefits. I think I don't need to tell this audience about that. My bottom line on this is that there is no approach that is a one-size-fits-all. Every deal has its give and take and balance, and every partner has a different priority, and sometimes you're in a geopolitical context where this becomes quite challenging, and this is one of those times. And I come to critical raw materials, which I actually discovered at the beginning of the mandate when this European Raw Materials Alliance was started, an initiative that was done by Executive Vice President Šefčovič as a follow-up to his Battery Alliance, which was a very successful thing. So I learned what you probably know, that we're planning this huge digital and green transition, but if we don't have critical raw materials like lithium, which we're going to need 20 times more in the before 2030, if we don't have these, then we can't talk about strategic autonomy. And the president mentioned strategic autonomy, and with his permission, I'll make a comment in closing on that. But critical raw materials are more critical than ever. And of course, we know that China controls a large portion of these critical raw materials, but we also know that from a number of these trade deals, we could get critical raw materials. There's only two ways to do this. Either you mine them in the EU, that's one issue, and the Critical Raw Materials Act that we passed as legislation deals with, let's say, facilitating that in a way, and then we have our trade deals. Australia is a great place for lithium. Mercosur countries are a great place for, everybody knows about this. So for me, this has got to be an issue that we take into account when we talk about trade. And I'll close by saying that the big picture has been, as the president said, that we are focusing on what we call Europe's strategic autonomy. I don't know what that means exactly, and different people give it different definitions in the bubble. But I'll tell you that, you know, I always fall back on I know I don't sound Greek, but I am Greek, and autonomy is a Greek word. It's a word that comes from aftos, which means self, and nomos, which means law. So literally what it means is to be autonomous is to make your own rules. Well, that's certainly something that we have an advantage at in the European Union through our Brussels effect. But when we make rules about trading, we have to take into account who's the person or country that is across the table from us. And we have to do exactly what you propose. Unify our visions to unlock our sustainable realities. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you today.
Wonderful, and indeed a good point to you, Shrikant. You lived in many places, not only in your home country, India, in the United States, sometimes in Europe, and in Singapore, so you had different regions and experiences. And what Anna Michelle mentioned, the perception, the other side of the table is very much important. We failed in many ways, and this is, by the way, the purpose of this exercise today, to get a better view on it and to see where options for cooperation are there. So tell us a bit more, how is Europe perceived? For a long time it considered itself as a role model. Maybe this has changed. I just read an interview this morning with the presidential candidate of Indonesia. They are going to vote, by the way, as well. It's 250 million people. They say, we don't need Europe. En final. So this is a harsh message we have to deal. I think he is wrong, and it's pre-election time, dealing with farmers and peasants as well. But nonetheless, there is a point we have to deal with. So is Europe needed at all? Are we out of the story?
Thank you, President. Thank you, Director Peter, Director Tommy. I've been here 24 hours, and I have learned a lot about the Martens Center. It's so impressive with such a small group. The kinds of things you're doing is actually very impressive. So congratulations, and thank you very much for having me here and being part of this distinguished panel. Let me first, we are living in the age of the Anthropocene. And if we take a slightly holistic view of our blue planet, let's start from there. So for example, when India was the president of the G20 last year, the Prime Minister talked about a Sanskrit word called Vasudev Kutumbakam. The world is one family. So let's start with that perspective. We all know that 2023 was the warmest year on record. We know there are lots of extreme weather events. We know that the planet is headed towards several tipping points. So I think that's the context in which we must start thinking about the world. We must start thinking about EU versus the rest of the world versus the EU, that we are all in this together. And if we don't act together, we will sink together. So I think that perspective, geopolitics is important, strategic relations are important, but we do need to understand that the climate challenge is a very existential challenge for us. And above all, we really need to address this, because if we are not able to meet the climate challenge, we are going to be in great trouble. So coming from that, the way we perceive Europe, or at least the way I've been studying the economies and the environment, as you mentioned, of several countries. I trained in the United States, worked in Singapore, India, various other countries. I think that Europe, I would encourage you to take a slightly more positive view of Europe and how you view yourselves. I have a sense that perhaps there is this tendency to always look at the half empty of the glass, but I would encourage you to also look at the half full of this glass. And so, for example, Europe is talking about carbon neutrality by 2050. And one of the very interesting things that Europe has done is the emissions trading scheme, the EU ETS. And this is something that is quite impressive. Of course, the EU ETS has several problems and shortcomings, but again, you can always look at the half-empty glass, but you can also look at the half-full glass. So, for example, the EU ETS market is something like over 750, 800 billion euros, which is the global carbon markets is something like 900 odd billion euros. So the EU carbon market accounts for more than about 89, 90%. So one of the fundamental tenets of economists when we talk about this existential challenge of climate change is to establish a carbon price which reflects the social cost of carbon. And EU, I believe, has led the way. The United States, of course, was the first to use markets in general for emissions control like SO2. But then, as we know, in the United States, it's always this kind of, on again, off again when it comes to a lot of these climate policies. But the EU has been very consistent with its ETS, and it's making it work better and better and better. And in the first phase, as you all know, there was a 37% reduction in emissions from the power and industry sector thanks to the EU ETS. And today, the ETS price is something like 90 euros per ton, which is actually very, very impressive. Of course, there are distributional considerations, and it's not always very popular if you think of rising electricity prices and so on. But as a mechanism to tackle this existential threat of climate change, I think the EU ETS is very important. It's being perceived as a role model. So I'm actually right now working with the Asian Development Bank to look at emissions trading in a range of Asian countries, starting from China and various countries. And we are always looking at, what are the best practices from the EU ETS, what are the worst practices. So I think that it is something very important. So when you ask me how does the world perceive the EU, particularly in terms of sustainability, we think that EU has been very consistent, not to say that there is no scope for improvement, but it has been very consistent in terms of its being climate proactive, though of course there's a lot more scope. So I think that's a very important, to me personally, takeaway from the experiences of the EU in terms of sustainability. What the rest of the world is doing is, of course, there's a lot to be done. But I think the important part of the markets is that this is an alternative paradigm to sort of, command and control industrial policy, picking winners. So the entire role of creating a carbon price and activating the private sector and private enterprise within that ambit, I think is quite important. So I would like to focus on this half-full glass for EU and encourage all of you, if you aren't, to think about it in that kind of a perspective.
And take a bit of this Asian optimism to Europe. Staying with the issue of markets, because the first panel is indeed looking into economic instruments. We have a lot of regulations, but we have to emphasize, of course, the power of markets. And Renu, I remember the debate in India, domestic, first of all, to open, to break the very harsh clouds and hindering economic activities in India. We had massive progress. I think the last 20, 30 years had shown what market forces can do in India. But it depends on progress, for example, in your home country with 1.4 billion people, and how you will transform your economy. Any efforts here in Europe are null and void if we have no partners such as India being on the same track. So tell us a bit, where do you see the biggest bottlenecks in your country, but in the region as well? And what are the actors we can really rely, not only the state, definitely?
So,
Thank you all at Martens Center for inviting me and giving this opportunity. Delighted to be here, and very thought-provoking discussions we've had yesterday and today as well. Looking at the bottlenecks from India's perspective, in the current setting and in the last 5 years, I think one of the biggest one is of increased protectionism worldwide, not just in India, but India has also been raising tariffs and becoming more protectionist. And that is a big bottleneck because it is creating uncertainty on all fronts. There is also another bottleneck which is related closely to trade, and particularly as far as India-EU trade is concerned, is the lack of partnerships. So some years ago, there was a complete retreat from free trade agreements. There was a feeling within the domestic policy, not policymakers, but amongst the government and perhaps in the domestic industry as well, although that is unclear, that India had not benefited, and as reflected in its widening trade deficit, particularly the bilateral deficit with China, that concern was mounting. So there was a kind of a retreat from FTAs, but in the recent few years, last 2-3 years specifically, there seems to be a change. And now India is trying to secure FTAs. That does not mean that it has come to the India-EU FTA so far, and I will come back to that shortly in more detail. Another bottleneck is the fact that India's growth model itself has been changing, but there is no clarity. It's unclear as to how and what exactly is the economic structure. Along with this increased protection, there is domestic protection is increasing too. There is greater concentration at the top amongst the industry, and the reliance as to how that will harness or synergize with the overarching objective of sustainable growth and job creation, which India is aiming to secure through an industrial policy of sorts, which is production-linked incentive schemes for certain, now it's 14 sectors, but to increase exports, boost export-led manufacturing, gain competitiveness. It is not clear how those two merge together with the growth structure that it is emerging. We are not clear as yet about the growth model itself. So on that front, the biggest concern is that the competitiveness losses seem to be continuous, and one of the biggest measures of that is its trade deficit, particularly with China, when the increase in tariffs started from 2017-18 onwards. It was aimed at, it was quite product specific, particularly the low quality cheap goods imports, which were flooding the Indian market, but then it has been increasing. But at the same time, it does not seem to have had any effect, because India's production-linked incentive scheme is actually providing incentives ranging from 4% to 6%, which is the studied product-specific competitiveness gap vis-a-vis some of the East Asian countries and ASEAN members. So that does not seem to have had any effect, because the bilateral deficit with China continues to widen. The third is the hesitation to go in for large partnerships, particularly it stayed out of the RCEP with the ASEAN. There, amongst the Indian economists, there is a prominent section which argues that it is not good, because ultimately these tariffs are coming upon intermediate goods, inputs, and they're making exports more expensive, and therefore the exports less competitive. But it is, so far there has not been much change. There appears there are some signs that there might be some rethinking on the ASEAN and the RCEP partnership. But I think if you look at the overall context of the world, then there is so much trade fragmentation going on. And coming to the India and EU FTA, which has been in the pipeline for more than a decade, and it seems that some of the problems are insolvable. If you keep agriculture out of it, then I think it narrows down. But then there is automobile sector, cars, for example. So what do you do looking ahead? How can these bottlenecks be addressed? There is a lot of resentment, I would say, or anger about the CBAM. But at the same time, I also find that while it is called greenwashing, green protectionism and trade barriers in another form or in another substance, etc. There is a response both from the state and from the domestic industry, particularly steel. About 0.25% of steel exports come to the EU. And so there is a lot of concern amongst the steel producers of losing competitiveness. So the response is at 2 or 3 levels. One is that India has established its own exchange trading mechanism, and ultimately, I think the ultimate objective eventually is to align it, to harmonize it with that of the EU. The problem is of the pricing and how does it happen. So that is one thing. The domestic industry also, the steel sector, for example, is individual producers. We note there are about a handful of 4 or 5 large producers. They are establishing variously carbon capture mechanisms, battery storage facilities, carbon capture storage facilities, and so on. However, the main bottleneck there would be a switchover in technology from blast furnace to that of the electric furnace, and that is an expensive proposition. So, and the last bottleneck, before we can discuss CBAM later in detail, the last one is that of the private investment deficit. India needs investments, for sure. It also needs, one of the objectives is to this China +1 strategy and to try and attract as much as of the relocating firms' business, global manufacturing firms into India. But it's losing out. It's losing out to Vietnam. And I think less than 7% of production in the iPhone, Apple's iPhone has been, it has succeeded in getting to the country. And in part, the reason is that market access is not ensured, unlike Vietnam, which has been very quick and responsive in securing markets through trade agreements. So that is a very big bottleneck, I would say. The second part of your question, if you can just repeat.
Was more about the actors. You mentioned already private investment.
Yes. Yeah. So, if I have the time and if I have not overshot, then let me just say about the prominent actors. Of course, the state is one of the biggest actors as far as trade is concerned, because in terms of regulations, in terms of investment climate, in terms of giving certainty, because investments have a very, very long horizon, at least for 2 decades. If anybody is setting up a steel plant or a FDI into, say, automobile sector, or even any of the new sectors like, say, battery swapping technologies and so on, you have to have a very long investment horizon. So there is a lot of uncertainty. It's not just from the government side, which is in terms of regulations and which direction. I think the direction towards green net zero is quite sure and certain. In at least 2-wheelers, we can see a shift to EVs, and from ICE to EVs is happening. But at the same time, I think that what is happening is that, am I audible? Because I feel, feel the mic slipping. Okay. So what is happening is that in terms of the actors, I think the actors are also the ones which are outside the country. It's not just the multilateral institutions, but there is this huge issue of the investment deficit and, the shortfall in resources. There's a huge resource constraint that India has as far as sustainable transformation is concerned. And I think a lot of the problem stems from that, which is development finance and how to finance the transition.
That remains a topic to be discussed better. But Andreas, often I think underestimated, even unknown, Japan has set its own ambitious transformation goal. They call it differently. They speak about Society 5.0, for example. But the basic idea behind, as far as I know, are more or less the same. And that could be a good platform, of course, for aligning our initiatives, both highly industrialized, most advanced technologies in the world. What is different in terms of the Japanese approach, and are there lessons indeed to be learned here in Europe?
Thanks, Peter. First of all, thanks for the invitation. Thanks, Martens Center. This is impressive what you do here, and I'm very happy to be a small part of that, and to learn and to discuss. But if we talk about, and your question and the topic is sustainability, let me line out the 3 pillars of sustainability and what Japan does here to do this, and when we start environmental, economic, and social sustainability. Let's start with the economy, because Japan has to do something to stay on track, stay in business, right? So India is growing tremendously, neighboring China is growing. Where is Japan going? What can Japan do? And the first thing is diversification of investment. So lower the dependency on China, which is still the largest trade partner, 20% import, 21% exports, I guess. So diversification of investment, diversification also in trade is one point. The Japanese government has clearly defined innovative technologies where they want to stay in trade, where they want to sell the technology that is, for instance, new materials. This will be linked with new technologies, medicine, which is linked to another focus of sustainability, the demographic change, and clean power. And this is where the ecological aspect kicks in, because Japan is heavily depending on imports of oil and all these resources. So the it can only provide about 11% of the energy they use. The rest has to be imported. So that is 10% renewables and a bit of nuclear power that is there. So Japan knows they want to be carbon neutral by 2050. So they need this new technology that is one of the pillars of development. And there is a good history of technology development in Japan. We know the cars, the first hybrid mass-produced car was produced by Toyota. So there is a good history of developing technology, and they will still do this, hopefully in collaboration with others, so they can then sell the technology worldwide. That's one point. The second point is tremendous investments in renewable energy is already done, must be done if we have to come carbon neutral by 2050. So there is an increase in solar power installation by 16% per year, for instance. That is quite interesting. There is offshore now being seen as a new way, and this is also a way where European companies can invest and sell in Japan their technology. And then there is the third pillar of sustainability, which is social sustainability. So Japan is quite good in coping with one challenge, that is demographic change again, using technology. So developing technology to help, because they do not really go for labor migration. They sort of put technology on the table. That is one point. And another point in social sustainability, from my experience, 18 years in Japan, is that the Japanese are quite strong when it comes to acting together. So if you think of the earthquake in 2011, so there were shutdowns, there was no nuclear power plant in Japan working. People were accepting that only every second elevator or escalator was running, that there were no lit up billboards in Tokyo. People were acting together. So that is something we could learn, how to get people do things together. And another point is, if the Japanese population wants to do things, that can happen. So think of the use of, or think of recycling. The high ratio of PET bottles, for instance, in Japan, almost 90% are recycled without any deposit on this. It's simply because people are used to doing this, which has a long history. Even in the Edo period, before 1860, Tokyo had Edo had a system of recycling. So if we look at Japan, we can see, from my perspective, once, how to involve the population. That can be done. And we can see technology exchange. You were talking about CCUS, right? Carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Something Japan must do, because when they want to be carbon neutral in 2050, they must decarbonize their industry and they will probably have to use or to store the CO2. So I guess an exchange of technology from both sides is also possible. We have some good storage technology in Europe, like thermal storage for industrial use, that could be used in Japan. So we should be open in terms of technological exchange and in terms of how the population reacts on changes.
Mm-hmm. Great. Back to the technology issue as well. Rainer, you talked about external actors which massively influenced the path. There's another big, I would say, eagle, not the dragon this time, the elephant we have already here in the room, but it's the eagle, the US eagle. And we cannot talk about a transformation without having a perspective on the US. And Anna-Michelle, having lived a large part of your life and professional life in the US, and Shrikant as well, I would like to ask you both, bringing the US perspective into as the third big pole of our global trade system. Anna-Michelle, would you mind to have some thoughts on that?
Well, yes, I'm the product of a transatlantic love relationship, so I have an incentive in seeing it last. But when I got here, people were in the post-traumatic stress syndrome of TTIP, so. And then we had a rocky time, as you know, with the previous administration, and then we had a beacon of hope, and then things are the way they are now. I mean, the TTC, which we've discussed, the Trade and Technology Council, has been a nice forum, served us well, especially when we had to have a joint response to Ukraine. Steel and aluminum, we're kicking the can down the road constantly, and we're all staring, I think, into the abyss at the prospects of the next elections. So it's a complicated relationship, but we all know how important it is. I don't need to throw out figures to this audience in terms of trade, in terms of services, and in terms of values and geopolitics in a very complex world. So patience going through the rough paths, and I guess serenity in dealing with this situation. But I think that we cannot possibly look at our trade relationships with the rest of the world and not say that we have to incorporate this one into our strategic thinking. And ultimately, I think that there's more things that connects us in the transatlantic relationship at all levels, from values to history to interest, self-serving economic, financial interest. It's in everybody's interest for this transatlantic relationship to keep playing an important role and to be a stable pillar in our economic world. So I vote for the transatlantic relationship as part of all of this wonderful new work that we're doing.
And we cannot forgetting the many developments happening already in the United States. So in this respect, I'm the one with the full glass, not just the half glass you mentioned. And maybe you can underline our optimism in relation to the United States.
Yes, I think, when it comes to the US, sometimes there's a tendency to think in sort of binaries, black and white, and, all's lost when, suppose, certain, people come into power and so on. But I would think there are shades of gray. So if you look at sort of the journey of the US with, say, sustainability from Earth Day and, those sorts of things, I think the US was actually quite a leader in terms of at least internally cleaning up its air and water, and has a very robust system of managing its environment and environmental regulation. And of course, being a market economy, was a pioneer in using markets and harnessing the power of businesses in creating a cleaner environment. So the sulfur dioxide trading and so on and so forth. Europe was at that point much more into taxes, whereas US was doing that. The other thing I think that we all know, but we sometimes seem to forget, is that the US is a very large country with a fairly strong federal structure. So, say for example, California, as we all know, is probably the world's 6th biggest economy if it were a separate country. And California, so for example, even in the dark days of say, the President Trump, there's a lot of happening at the regional level. So for example, California was doing a lot on climate change. If you look at the states of the New England area, you know, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts, they had something called the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, the RGGI. So there are these green shoots, and I think that it's not all is not lost. Of course, the US has had a very complicated history with climate, particularly. So in international, you know, Kyoto and so on, it didn't really get on board. But I think that there are these areas of optimism where, if you think, it's like I said, there's lots of shades of gray. And again, about the geopolitics and the transatlantic alliance, again, from my understanding, it's sometimes they're in, sometimes they're out, and you know, whether it's, but broadly, historically, I think that engagement has remained. And I would again just say that coming to sustainability and environment, it's a much more nuanced picture. So for example, as you all know, the Biden administration passed the Inflation Reduction Act. It's a very bizarre name, but a lot of it is really green investment. So the IRA is actually a very, very significant step forward in terms of green infrastructure and green investment. It just has that weird name that's attached to it. So I think some of these things that are happening in the US are regime neutral or regime change proof, and also if you go below the federal level and look at what's happening in different parts of the US, I think it's not all so, so pessimistic. Yeah.
Well, with this positive note, I would like indeed now to open the floor to your questions. We have two colleagues with microphones. Keep your comments, your injections very short. Please let us know, of course, where you come from and maybe to whom you are addressing the questions. Who would like to start and break the ice? The gentleman here, and further, Federico as the second, please.
Hello, my name is Professor Linson, neuroscientist interested in politics and in connecting the dots together. My question is very short. How do you see the role of the BRICS in the future? Thank you.
Good. That's an issue, another little elephant always looming around. Federico.
The role of the
BRICS.
the press.
Yeah.
BRICS.
BRICS.
Thank you very much, Federico Reo from the Martens Center. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting discussion and panel. I would like to ask you, especially our Indian friends, but everybody would like to pick this up, a comment on the so-called Brussels effect. It's very much talked about also in the scholarly literature, but increasingly in policy-making circles. So this sort of the ability of the EU to unilaterally somehow induce other jurisdictions or private companies to comply with its standards because they want to access the single market. And so the ability of the EU to export its values somehow also through trade agreements to an extent, I mean, FTAs, conditionality, and so on. I mean, from two perspectives. First of all, I mean, how do you see it from India and from the global south? I mean, how big is this effect? Or, for example, diversionary tendencies tend to prevail, trade simply goes elsewhere? Or does it really have an impact? And also, how do you assess it from a political and moral point of view? I mean, in Europe, from the left, for example, this is often seen as a kind of neo-colonial posture. You take the moral high ground and you use law, you know, to essentially export your values and impose it on the global south in a nicer way than we used to do it in the past. So how is it perceived in India and in the global south more broadly? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And if I may add something to the question, the case of Japan is quite interesting because Japan is one of the largest donors in development policy. They are the largest in Southeast Asia, for example. They have chosen a different approach. Maybe, Andreas, you can also elaborate because this is very closely comparing both approaches, the European and the Japanese, of course. But first, of course, to India. Renu, would you like to start?
Yeah. I'm not really a geopolitical person, but on the BRICS front, I mean, I have followed this when it first emerged, and that the formation of the BRICS was basically on some economic parameters that Goldman Sachs was it, right? So had highlighted in the mid-2000s, and that's when the whole thing came up. Personally, I don't think that BRICS is important at all because there are no commonalities. And there was a time when, certain parameters matched, and therefore there was something. But now it's completely different. You can't have a BRICS currency. There is no such thing as anything, which can, even remotely support the idea of a BRICS currency. You cannot have some bit of swap arrangements in terms of crisis times. I think those days have passed because each country is having its own safety nets, reserves, and so that is also on the sidelines. But most above all is India-China's own frictions, and the fissures are quite deep within the BRICS. So my sense is that it will continue as a group. It has its values, I suppose, in terms of, a bit of muscle flexing or positioning or whatever. But I'm not sure in hard terms what benefits or advantages does it yield. There's nothing to be concrete to be seen over there. On the other thing about the other question about compliance and imposition of standards and exporting its values, I think that was what the question. I think India looks upon that with a great deal of disfavor and disdain. It gets very irritated about it. But I don't think that that has been the only issue in the FTA. And in fact, I would suggest just sidestepping those issues. EU has been leading the sustainability and climate change and climate action, and it deserves to be complimented on that. The question is, how do you go forward? My sense is that what I think is that there is so much trade fragmentation going around all over the world. There is so much uncertainty about it, that what shape it will eventually take. On the extreme end, one end you have people saying that globalization is dead. At the middle of the spectrum say, oh no, it's not dead, but it's globalization. It's moving slowly. But we know for sure that there are some things which are changing. And I would just go back to the role of the US in that regard. The US has its Inflation Reduction Act, which has been invoked a lot of resentment within the EU, because I think the EU stand is that it's not really any kind of clean tech innovation or anything. It's just to secure jobs for its own, and it's in response to its own domestic problems. Having said that, I remain a technology optimist, and I think that technological solutions to moving towards net zero will come sooner than later. And US is also important because it is leading the shift towards establishing alternate supply chains over the world. Now, if you're talking about green trade, and it is a segment that is not getting as much attention as it ought to, but it can be espoused as something separate from comprehensive partnerships, economic or trade partnerships, which are remaining very elusive, particularly with large markets and so many dimensions as with the India and EU. But new supply chains are going to be established, and the US is very interested, and it is backing India a lot in helping it secure as a kind of an alternative location for manufacturing or establishment of global value chains to replace gradually China. So I think that is a space where one can sidestep a lot of these standards, etc. It's important to look at climate. It's also important to look at the private sector. And if you localize this problem to just CBAM and how, because what CBAM has done is also brought to the forefront huge issues, that of carbon pricing, how this will be harmonized over the world. It has also threatens to raise costs and undermine competitiveness. I mean, the EU did it to provide a level playing field to its own domestic industry. But on the other side, if it's pushing up costs overall, then the costs of greenification go up overall for the rest of the world as well. Right? And that's not sustainable transformation. So I think the next step is to see how those can be brought down, and how EU can do its own industrial policy, or in those small or what I would say segments or niche ways. And I think these are the things that require attention. It can be done through pricing incentives. It can be done through addressing competitiveness to lower costs. It can be done through FDI, it can be done through development finance, and so on. I think there are ways pathways have to be found, which may be different, but you can't upset all or try to modify existing trade arrangements. It takes a long time to have comprehensive alternate trade arrangements to replace the ones that were already there in a multilateral sense. So the other thing is to open up a channel of new green trade and keep it sector-specific, or let's say heavy abatement sectors.
There's something in for Japan, I think, technology, investment.
There is something in for Japan, and as you said, the Japanese don't have the legal power to do regulation standards worldwide, but they have a lot of financial power, and they use this quite wisely. So they embraced half of Southeast Asia with donations, with ODAs, combining this quite clever with technology that they provide. So if they spend billions in Indonesia donating to Indonesian development projects, providing Japanese technology, of course, Southeast Asia is used to Japanese technologies and is used to Japanese standards. There is a second point from a more industrial perspective where Japan is getting better. That is international standard setting, like the ISO. The Japanese, as we know from mobile phones, etc., were not very clever. Docomo was top in technology, and they were not able to roll out technology worldwide. Now they are more active in international standard organization activities, making sure that their technology becomes an industry standard. So that's the other way where Japan now is developing.
Great, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Shrikant.
So, yeah, and so I would sort of support what Dr. Kohli said about BRICS. So as you see, there are so many, and the President mentioned the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and yesterday, I think we did not perhaps mention the Quad, but we have the Quad, we have the I2U2, and we have this whole plethora of acronyms.
IPEF.
Yeah. So, and then in our region, we had the stillborn SARC, the South Asia Cooperation, which didn't quite take off. So now we have the BIMSTEC, which is looking east. So we have all these, and I think all of this has come at the cost of a truly global multilateral order, which I think was something with the word United Nations is hardly mentioned now. So I think there are certain issues there, but I would agree that the BRICS is, there's so many intersecting of these things, so that BRICS is just one of them. And as Dr. Kohli mentioned, the India-China angle sort of has made it very, very difficult to work. But I want to pick up on your question about exporting values, and this is not new. So if you remember the struggles of Africa with the UU in terms of phytosanitary standards, in terms of food products, and then the social clause in terms of child labor and so on. So obviously there is, and I would feel sort of genuine resentment that, you know, these things are being brought through the back door. Countries are at the different levels of socioeconomic development, so nobody wants their children to work in hazardous industries or these sorts of things, but there are certain economic compulsions. I mean, in Victorian England, you had children as chimney sweeps and so on, right? So the idea is that I think if you look at that, I mean, in terms of exporting values, then if you look at, say, the climate fund, where we have not even been able to put $100 billion into it. So, you know, the idea is that you have to walk the talk both directions. If one is serious about these social values and these sorts of things, and then there should also be a concomitant willingness to put the money in places where it's needed. So climate action is really suffering because the countries that should be contributing are not doing that. So I think if there was more of that, then perhaps there would be more of a receptivity to these sorts of issues. And we've been talking about CBAM, so that's the sort of the new sort of challenge that countries face. So and this is being talked about. So in the William Nordhaus, the Nobel laureate, talked about climate clubs. So there's a climate club, and then if you want to come into the club, you have to pay this price. So, but as Dr. Kohli mentioned, countries such as India are preparing for it. So we have our own ETS. And I think if we establish a carbon price, which is, say, perhaps lower than a socially harmonized price, then there is a role, as we were talking yesterday, of some supplementary finance to either ease the distributional considerations or the competitiveness considerations. So I think it has to go both ways. You want to have these values and these standards and all of these things, but then I think there should also be something in return. And I think that would be a more productive way. So we go halfway, you go halfway, and so we meet somewhere. So I think that's really the way. It shouldn't just be a very confrontational kind of a way of thinking about things. That's not going to work.
Indeed. We have time for one, maximum two questions, but very, very short ones. The gentleman, and then I have to close. Please, the mic.
Good morning. My name is Miguel Diaz. I'm retired. You drew attention to the investment deficit in India. And we know there is an election coming up in India. And I wonder to what extent this particular issue is being addressed by the candidates for the prime ministership. Or is it something that only academics and a few folks in the private sector care about?
Thank you.
I don't think it is an election issue at all. Election issues are completely different. They're more to do with sentiments and how those can be invoked or got excited. But the investment deficit has been the foremost macroeconomic challenge in the last 1 decade. India has not seen investment coming back ever since the global financial crisis. It's there, some bit of private investment is there, but not the rate has been steadily declining, as has been the growth. And it's the public investment which has been trying to offset the shortfall. But India doesn't have its fiscal, public finances are very fragile, and steadily debt has been mounting. So it's just run out of constraints, and it cannot, in any case, the magnitude or the scale of public investment is not enough to offset the shortfall. So it's not a political concern, but it's the deficit in demand is, of course, felt on the ground, particularly at a time when we find that even consumption is showing signs of slowing down. And if world growth is slowing, then it's just domestic demand which is in place. Having said that, I think India will continue to grow simply because of its size, and some of the structural factors are so much in its favor. Demographic, for example, even if you don't do anything, it would add, Goldman Sachs recently calculated that at least 1 percentage point of addition from labor stock will add to growth, and so, 4 to 5% that way.
But assuming no climate shocks.
Not at all.
All bets are off then.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have many studies or estimates which tell us the impact of, or the macroeconomic impact of climate shocks. We have seen in the last 2 years, actually, on the food front, the extreme frequency changes in weather events and heat waves. They have impacted India's agricultural production. And for the first time last year, because there are 2 wheat-producing seasons, we actually had both failures on both fronts. So it has impacted it in a macroeconomic sense as well.
Well, these are wide topics we are definitely going to continue in which format ever. I have to come to a close, unfortunately, for this very interesting sessions. The geopolitics we leave to the next session because there are a lot of topics in. I take the full class optimism. Srikant, you mentioned several times Japan is an underestimated territory to be explored for Europeans as well. I think we had a good starting ground, triggering a lot of effects. We will continue not only with Southeast Asia and East Asia, but later that day with Latin America, which is the other big partner in. I would like to thank you, of course, for attending and contributing to this, but first and foremost to all of you for having been here with us and hopefully staying with us in extending in the sense of a global synergy conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our panelists for the terrific discussion. Thank you all for your insights, your inputs, your questions that heighten the discussion to new levels. Now we're going to take a short 30-minute break. Coffee will be served in the hallway right over there, and we'll be back here at 12 o'clock for panel number 2 on navigating a new era for great power politics. See you all then.
do I deal with what I'm feeling? Maybe I just don't. What you do when I'm in ruins, all alone. I'm all alone. And I know nothing I do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Deal with the feelings I feel when you come near me. All I can see is you and me together, building a future forever, loving till eternity. I see you. Can't you see what you're doing to me? The way you got me, baby, it's like I can't even breathe. You're all that I need. And I know nothing I do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. And maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall in love. I'm ready to go. Today I woke up feeling pretty good and feeling like I should go out on a run. Don't know where, I don't care. Put my headphones on and played my favorite song and drifted off to a different space. A different time and place. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready, I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Not today, maybe. Today I woke up, skies are looking gray and I just wanna stay in bed all day. Then I pretend the sun is shining and butterflies are flying over my head. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready, I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Nah, 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 not today.
This time is the perfect summer night. And those three words are spelled out in your eyes. But before I go on, say something wrong. I just hope and bite my tongue. 'Cause you've been told too many times before. Yeah, you've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say that I love you. When the line between us just fades and blurs. That's the time when we just don't need more words. 'Cause you've been told too many times before. Yeah, you've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say First time is the perfect summer night. And those three words are spelled out in your eyes. But before I go on, say something wrong. I just hope and bite my tongue. 'Cause you've been told too many times before. Yeah, you've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say that I love you. When the line between us just fades and blurs. That's the time when we just don't need more words. 'Cause you've been told too many times before. Yeah, you've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say that I love you. Yes, I'm gonna try with something new.
taking mornings slowly, waking up with the sweet sound of the birds, reading books and sipping coffee. I forgot how much I love getting lost in words. Well, it took us a while to get here. It took the world falling apart, but maybe we needed to take a step back to remember how lucky we are. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight that's keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. Spend our evenings telling stories and playing games like we were all kids again. Sitting on the front porch laughing, it's gotta be the finest medicine. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight that's keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long, this long. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight is keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long. Waiting, patient, only thing that I've never been good at. No, no, chasing ways to have you to myself just like I should, yeah. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body, turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't fight you. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning round your bedroom. Touch me like the sun touches the morning. Yeah, yeah, wind me up one look and you can read me like a story. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body, turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't lie, yeah. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning round my head, around my bed. Do it spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it, boy, you got me spinning. I used to stick around, definitely not for too long. But boy, you got me hooked and made me wanna write this song. Thought all guys are the same, apparently I was wrong. Let me take you somewhere where we could be alone. You know how people say it caught me unexpected. Well, I really wasn't prepared for all of this love and affection. Normally I would be scared, but I'm aware that you're special. So let me take us somewhere where we could be alone. When I look at you, I see a pretty picture. You're the sun, I'm the sky, and we're so complete. Let me water you, my flower, I'll teach you how to open up real nice, baby. Why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. If it's up to me, I won't go to work for a week. No, I won't. Just to stay in bed with you, cuddle and watch TV. Don't care about anything, I know you do the same for me. So let's stay here all day and hide in the sheets. Baby, we deserve a celebration. When we meet, I feel like I'm on vacation. I think I finally find my best friend. Am I tripping or is this for real? Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? Yeah. Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. Ooh, why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. No, no, no. Why don't we give it a go? See, you'll see. There's nothing in the world like you and me. Babe, there's something in the world like you and me.
It's a beautiful day at the beach. I was losing my mind for about a week until I could call you up. I'll meet you at the waterline. Birds are flying up above. We both need a little love. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the nighttime to see what it brings. And I'm still living deep in my head. Sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, babe, take our love instead. Yeah, I'm still living deep in my head. Sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, babe, take our love instead. Yes, I know we're not the same. I'm so tired of playing games. You don't have to be
Hello again, everyone, and welcome to the second panel of today, entitled Navigating a New Era for Great Power Politics. Our panelists joining us for this discussion are Christina Chen, a research fellow at the Institute for National Defense and Security Research in Taiwan, Teresa Fallon, the founder and director of the Center for Russia-Asia Studies, Center for Russia-Europe-Asia Studies here in Brussels, Shehi Malhotra, an associate fellow at the Observer Research Foundation in India, and our moderator is Tomi Huhtanen, the executive director of the Martens Center. We'll also be joined by MEP Andreas Schwab shortly. Thank you.
Good. So hello everybody and welcome back to our discussion and our second panel of the day, and I have to say a very exciting topic. I'm so happy I had it. Navigating a new era for great power politics. So basically as an introduction we just have to go back some minutes when President Surinda made the introduction. So world is shifting very clearly. We could make an argument that the world is moving to world of order to disorder. Basic concept and global concepts which has been operating are being questioned. We have Russia, we have China, who are playing since several years very assertive and strong role. On the other hand, already in last panel we spoke about global South, and of course the Western powers, European, US are trying to adapt. So, okay, they already introduced the speakers, which we have a really excellent set. So, just to repeat, so Christina Chen is a research fellow at the Institute for National Defense and Security Research from Taiwan. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So, sorry for your trouble with the luggage, but you made it, so we much appreciate that. We have Shehi Malhotra, is Associate Fellow for Strategic Studies Program at India's leading think tank, Observer Research Foundation, ORF, which has a big annual meeting next week in Delhi. We have Teresa Fallon, is the founder and director of the Center for Russia-Europe-Asia Studies here in Brussels, very well-known personality. You know, if you earn this business, you know Teresa from various panels and inputs. And then we have Andreas Schwab, who is just, I guess, being micked outside. Is a senior MEP from German MEP, commenting on those issues. So, you know, the challenge here is the topic is wide. We have great speakers, and so the challenge is really to play how we play with the time. So let's start with India, with Shehi. So for the introduction, so you know, on all these developments now, especially now when from European view or perspective, when there is the question about China, and we spoke about China Plus and all that, you know, the eyes are really on the biggest democracy of the planet, which is India. But the question really, what we ask in how India is seeing itself, how it's seeing its global role on this changing dynamics, its relations to global South, what role it will have, and how India wants this whole setting to be in the future. Shehi.
Well, thank you, Tomi, for your question. Thank you to the Martens Center for inviting me to speak on this very interesting panel. Well, Tomi, I would start by saying that in terms of Indian foreign policy, there are two main practices that really underline and guide India's strategic vision today. The first one is the practice of strategic autonomy, and this is in fact something that India has practiced ever since its independence, in fact. And the second is this doctrine of multi-alignment. And I would say that this doctrine of multi-alignment is really some sort of evolution of India's non-alignment policy that guided Indian foreign policy back in the days post-independence during the Cold War. And multi-alignment is in some ways a sort of new iteration of non-alignment. In quite simple terms, I would say multi-alignment really refers to a policy of engagement in multiple multilateral forums, the use of diverse global partnerships, and the goal of this is to attain the many objectives of Indian foreign policy and really to further India's own national interest. But I will disagree as well when people compare multi-alignment to non-alignment, because I think the big difference between these two doctrines is the fact that multi-alignment conveys a very strong sense of active participation and engagement, whereas non-alignment was more of a reactive policy. So in practical terms, what does this actually mean? This means that today India is part of multiple groupings, the Quad, the BRICS, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, but it's also part of minilateral formats, such as the trilaterals that India has with countries like Australia and Japan. And this also means in practical terms that India maintains close ties with a whole range of nations, many of which often don't get along with each other. And the most obvious case would, of course, be Russia and the West, with whom India's partnerships have recently expanded. India is also one of the few countries that is probably not so concerned with a Trump return in the White House. And this, I suppose, speaks for the strength and the sort of balancing act that India plays in foreign policy. And really what drives some of India's choices today in the strategic realm is the fact that India has a status as a middle power. In the international system today. It aspires for a multipolar world which will provide it with greater options, which is free from constraints, and which allows India to sort of maximize its gains. And I would say that, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar really summed up this approach very well when he said, "This is a time for us to engage America, manage China, cultivate Europe, reassure Russia, bring Japan into play, draw neighbors in, extend the neighborhood, and expand traditional constituencies of support." So,
for each place, the separate but sorry, one question. But in practice, what does it mean for US and Europe? Because they automatically reflect, okay, India is a democracy, they are our allies. But in this changing world where you have conflicts and tensions, what does it mean for the West? Is India allies, or it depends, or, how does it balance out? How we should approach you?
I think it depends very much on circumstances, and it depends very much probably on the policy area in question as well. Yeah. So if you look at, like I said, India's relationships with the West have expanded significantly in the last 2 to 3 years. And this has somewhat happened in parallel to China's rise and China's, sort of expansionist and very assertive behavior, which, this asymmetry of power that India and China does favor China both economically and militarily. And this has probably been a big factor, I would say, in the EU-India strategic partnership as well, which I would say has significantly expanded since 2020. So in 2020, India went through this Galwan Valley clash when China had attacked India brutally at its borders. And at the same time, Europe was also in parallel going through its own disillusionment with China that started during the pandemic period when China was weaponizing supply chains. So I would say that the China factor looms large, both in India's calculations with the United States as well as the EU and its member states, but also with countries like Australia, with whom India's partnerships have expanded.
Great, thanks. Let's go back then later to this whole India-China relationship, which is very, very interesting. But now I would turn to Christina. So when we speak about global politics, power politics, of course, the eyes are on India, but specifically it's between Taiwan and China. And so how do you see this changing dynamics is impacting to that situation, and what are the perspectives? How do you see the situation developing between China and Taiwan, and what role, for example, Europe should play?
Tommy, thank you for the question. And Sherry pointed out that the China factor, and indeed it is true that the world is becoming more and more full of conflicts and tensions. And one of the hot points or flashpoints in the world is the Taiwan Strait. And indeed, it's really between China and Taiwan that is the source of the conflict. And I would like just to start by talking about how over the time we're seeing China becoming more and more aggressive. And this is because ever since Xi Jinping, he came to power, which occurred in 2012. So that was a long time ago, more than 10 years ago. He has this ambition of not just having his eyes on the Taiwan Strait, but he's proposing to change the global order. So he's talking about this rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, or he even touted this concept of the East is rising and the West is declining. And I think at the time, people didn't really pay that much of attention. They thought it was more of a slogan. But I think over the time, when we saw the Xi Jinping and the CCP modernizing the PLA, the Chinese military, and expanding the military, and also having a lot of, in the beginning we call them assertiveness, but then, I think recently people started to use the term aggression, aggressiveness, not just in the Taiwan Strait, but also in the South China Sea, and also, elsewhere. So we're seeing a lot of the behaviors from China that are really posing threat to the Taiwan Strait and situation, also to elsewhere. So in terms of Taiwan, I think what we're seeing is China not only conducting military drills, which occurred twice, right? Once in 2022, after the ex-House Speaker from U.S. Pelosi visited Taiwan. It was one of the largest military drill conducted by China, and then we realized that China was considering having a naval blockade against Taiwan, which would be very, very serious. Will have a serious consequence if that happened. And a year afterward, when the then Vice President Lai Ching-te, he visited United States, China conducted another large-scale military drill. But besides that, we're also seeing China increasing its so-called hybrid warfare on Taiwan. So we're talking about this constant daily harassment from the China, the warplanes, the ships, harassing Taiwan and then flying across the ADIZ, the median line. We're also seeing, disinformation campaign conducted on a daily basis, and also, cyber attacks on Taiwan. So these things also are something that Taiwan is exposed to on a daily basis. So not just the traditional kind of military threat, but also these non-traditional kinds of military threats are conducted on Taiwan. And also talked about the South China Sea area. The Philippines have been stepping up their efforts because they realize that China is not just building artificial islands in the region. China is actually using its ships to harass their fishermen and to also to pose threat there. So I think given the current situation, I want to emphasize that even though it seems that after APEC meeting, the United States and China seem to be on a kind of the less of attention, and the tension has decreased. And Xi Jinping kept talking about, no, we don't have intention to invade Taiwan. It's not our intention. We don't have a timeline. I would say, don't believe in that, because for China, for Xi Jinping, he's always thinking about, reunifying Taiwan. It's just a matter of time for him.
Okay, so that's very short. So what does it, just the next 5-10 years? Because we were describing how the tension was building up, things are getting worse. So how do you see this develop? What do you think?
Well, people often wonder if there's a deadline, 2027, 2025. They like to think about in that aspect. But our assessment is that even though the PLA does not have the capability, yes, and given what happened domestically, Xi Jinping purging the top PLA officials, so that kind of decrease, that shows that Xi Jinping does not have the confidence yet in the military's ability to conduct such kind of a large-scale conflict, which is kind of reassuring. But I would still say that the PLA is still very aggressively expanding its capabilities. He hasn't really given up that yet. And I think Xi Jinping, he does have in mind that he wants to make Taiwan unification his legacy. That's his project. He wants to do it, in his term. And now he's almost like a dictator now. So, he can do whatever he wants. He does not have any real checks and balances in China. So I think the concern is that, yes, it does not have that capability yet. But what if Xi Jinping, one day he wakes up and he thinks.
Yeah, has like a Putin moment.
Yeah.
Putin moment. Okay, the interesting discussion. We'll come back to that. But Teresa, okay, we already spoke about China, but as your Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies. So how do you see that the China and Russia dynamics playing? Because of course we Europeans want to see this is very much linked. I don't know if that view is so much shared outside the West. So how do you see the dynamics, especially looking now at the development in Asia? So how is that going along? Teresa, what would you say?
Thank you, Tomi, for that great question. And first of all, I want to say it's such an honor to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation to Tomi, Peter. The initial event of this conference, I hope you'll continue it year after year. So it's a real honor, and I'm so glad all of you have turned out on a terribly rainy day, and happy Valentine's Day. So of course, this is a good hook for Europe, because we see all across Europe a mixed view. It's not even geographically noted how people see Russia-China strategic convergence. Some countries in Central Eastern Europe don't see this connection. Some are more pro-Russia, some are more pro-China, some want to see a division between Russia and China. But I think one of the most interesting recent developments in the region is that what has happened in North Korea. So we saw President Putin have a meeting with Kim Jong-un, and this demonstrates how these two theaters are definitely connected. So South Korea sends more armaments to Ukraine than all EU member states combined. North Korea is now sending armaments to Russia to fight in Ukraine. So who would have dreamt that North and South Korea would have such an impact on a war taking place in Ukraine? So we know from history, North Korea has always tried to, it's a small country, it tries to play off the great powers. So their neighbor, Russia and China, they're sandwiched between the two, and they try to play them off one another. But China always likes to pretend they don't have any influence on North Korea. But Chinese have told me in meetings that, yeah, this is great. We like North Korea because when they shoot a missile, it kind of creates a bit of chaos, and our fingers are off of that. So they kind of, a structural function, they serve a purpose for some of China's strategy. But in this instance, I would argue that it's actually backfiring. So you had the Kim Jong-un, he only can travel by train. They met in Vladivostok. And this, I think, made Xi Jinping a bit nervous, because after the summits, he hasn't been meeting with Kim Jong-un. The relationship has been a bit more frosty. And so Putin is kind of playing this off and making Xi a bit more nervous. So is this a new triangle of Russia, China, and North Korea? Obviously, they can play each other off. This is going to force Beijing to be a little more nice to Kim Jong-un. And this is an important year in the relationship because it's the 75th anniversary of relations with Beijing's relations with the Kremlin and with North Korea. So Kim Jong-un is going to go on a visit to Beijing, and I suspect we'll see a bit of a warmer relationship between China and North Korea. And Putin will try to use this to his advantage. Will this become more coherent? Will it become more strong? We'll have to be watching that. But everyone's watching also for a contingency. What if North Korea, which is also decoupling its relations from South Korea, it's announced that they're no longer trying to be brotherly and having this great relationship. So that really set off alarm waves in the region. And because there are about 25 to 35,000 US troops in South Korea, if anything should happen there, and there was an action in Taiwan, those troops would be pinned down. So that's what think tankers do. We always think of the doom and gloom, worst case scenarios, but please God, that won't happen. But we have to think about these possible contingencies. The other issue is the more that North Korea misbehaves and shoots missiles, it makes Japan and South Korea very neuralgic, and they want to spend more money on their defense. And this is not in Beijing's interest. So this can also have a negative implication for Beijing. So on the other hand, if we look at the other triangle, we see really incredibly good relations between Japan and South Korea, who have traditionally, tensions from their past history. But because of this region is becoming much more unstable, we're seeing unprecedented cooperation between Japan, South Korea, and even the US. So that's another interesting triangle in the region.
Thank you. I would go back to the China-Russia relations, because at least here in the West we have this, well, you could make an argument that actually for Russia, in the long term, actually China is much bigger threat than the West will ever, be, because of the various factors. But is that dynamics? Is Russia playing very much a short-term game, and this, long-term possible threat maybe in distant future is just overseen, or how is that? Is there reservations in your view?
It's really interesting. China kind of portrays, or we saw the New Year phone call between Putin and Xi Jinping. That was the first call. So it's clear that it's a top priority for Beijing to be in touch with Russia. And on the website of the Chinese mission, it's only written in Chinese. It's not written in English. So they want to downplay this kind of phone call and these special relationships. They tell different audiences, different things, but it's not too hard to find out, what's going on. Wang Yi also had a call with his Russian counterpart, and the premier also had a call. So all of this happened for the new year. It's a sign that this is really their top priority. So China pays a big price for this in Europe, because some European leaders see China-Russia convergence. China, remember this time last year at the Munich Security Conference, which is coming up in a few days, the Chinese had their political settlement. Journalists called it the peace plan, but that's not really what the Chinese even called it. It was a 12-point plan. The 12th point was to help rebuild Ukraine so that Chinese could get contracts. So it's not really quite a peace plan. We've seen, now we're starting the third year of the war, the High Representative Joseph Borrell constantly says, only China can, be the interlocutor here. We really haven't seen them do much, right? There's growing evidence of dual-use goods being sold to Russia from China. These red lines are a bit elastic. So I think that nobody wants to contemplate how difficult that could be, that if everyone wants to play along because China could make things worse. I had an opportunity to ask Joseph Borrell at a conference, and he said, well, we always ask them for their help because they could sell much more lethal weapons. So this is kind of wishful thinking or wish casting, but I think that it's clear that the evidence is mounting that China-Russia cooperation and strategic convergence. Nevertheless, Putin can be an irritant with China. Even, let's face it, in transatlantic relations, we have an alliance, but there are irritants. So China and Russia do not have an alliance, but there are clearly irritants in the relationship. And I think Putin also doesn't want people to think he is Xi Jinping's vassal. So sometimes he does things that could be irritating. But my analysis is that China has made the decision it is better to have Russia in the tent than outside of it.
Yeah, and you can make an argument that they are patient to wait, that Russia is in collapse and they have time. Andreas Schwab, welcome. Earlier in this conference we discussed, so it's about the changing power balances, global south, new powers rising up. You heard the discussion. So the question is, what does it mean for Europe, for European Union? How shall we position that, on this? And yesterday we had discussion where we made the point that actually also here in Brussels we tell ourselves that we are very international, but in fact we are very domestic in the sense that we speak about European issues actually, and this has been noted by, by various commentators that since the last 10 years. But in this changing world, what should we do? How shall we approach the issue and how to position ourselves? Andreas?
Well, this is a very good start because you were introducing this with a certain reference to local stuff. And today there is not only Valentine's Day, but there is also the end of Carnival in Germany. And therefore there's plenty of discussions now or meetings to be very tough with the political adversary and to be outspoken. So I think at that conference we should be very precise and very positive and not that much outspoken as in the beer cells and the beer factories in Germany. But I will go there. So I'm already a bit in that mood, and I try to moderate my intervention for this. I think that we are, to a certain extent, seeing the end of the economic large freedom that we have been experiencing, that has also brought Europe a high growth rate in the last 50 years, also to China, also to the US. This globalization that was only focusing on prices and on supply is now getting a third element, which is the strategic choices that economies, jurisdictions have to take to make sure that the future remains in their own hands. Yeah. And for that reason, it was the right choice of the Commission to go for this approach of decoupling, de-risking, which is the better option for sure, because decoupling to a certain extent we cannot even do, but that we have a very clear view on how we can get reduced the risks that we are running with supplying only from specific countries. And I would say that to a certain extent the development that this supply was so one-sided at a certain moment in time, at the end of a certain period, has not always been a strategic choice. It has also been a consequence of prices and workforce available and so on and so forth. But we have to face today that the long-term economic impact of these risks are too high. Now, saying that we should try to de-risk the European economy is one basic reflection, but the big consequence or the big question behind this is how to do this. Because we don't want to fall into a planning economy where the European Union or member states are telling to companies what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do. Mm-hmm. And our big problem will be, especially in the context of these Green Deal policies, to make sure that we can move on, that we can achieve our goals, but at the same time have a different supply with sometimes much higher costs. And for us as a very strong economy, this is a key concern. But if you look, for example, I would say to Asia, we have been in Singapore and in South Korea and in Japan last year. The concern is a bit dependent on their relation to China. It's not what they feel as we do feel it in Europe. If you go to South America, they are even more relaxed because they don't feel that strong participation pressure of globalization as we do here. And therefore, we have to elaborate much more deeply the strategy for the European Union on how to make this de-risking an economic reality. Mm-hmm. And I believe that we cannot do it only in between 27 member states. It has to be a larger alliance with other Western states. And to have that, in the end, as a good result, to make it happen, we need also better tools to discuss about how to achieve it. Because our American friends that have a very strong view on this as well, they prefer to do it as it happens, as there is a majority in Congress and as it's needed. And they don't care that much about the needs of their Western allies. But for us, it will be very much important that we can do that based on a common strategy. As, for example, we try to do in the CHIPS Act, in the development of independent CHIPS channels, but there would be plenty of other examples to speak about. My experience from the digital policy area is that the Americans, when we push them into the right direction, they are able to do so, but we have to invest a lot and we have to show unity on it. And secondly, that's the other part of the story, de-risking doesn't mean that we keep China completely out of our economic activity, but it's to our Chinese actors to prove that they are part of open markets and a transparent supply system. And we can only achieve this if our European companies that want to be supplied ask the same questions and that there is no mismatch between policies and economic actors. And I think on that we have now a draft, but we will have to work it out much more precisely, and we will have to make sure that the economic operators really follow and invest themselves into that strategy.
And as a follow-up to that, so what is the kind of the mainstream should be, because we see, you know, certain amount of, or you can make an argument, we have kind of deglobalization, regionalization of globalization. So should we as a European Union should be kind of fiercely defend the trade deals and push that avenue? Or of course the one big you know, issue for the crisis or challenge what we have is war in Ukraine, which has global implications. Does it, you know, is our having stronger military capabilities, maybe even globally, prerequisite for our, you know, in order to us to maintain our global position, or should we work, I don't know, much more, okay, within the EU framework, but also in bilateral relations? So where is the accent?
Well, I think the basic value that the European Union wants to defend is freedom. And what has happened in the last 5, 6, 7 years is that, unfortunately, we have been having a variety of values that have been all brought together and messed up to a certain extent. And if you watch, for example, to South America, we should focus on our key value first, and first of all. And therefore, on countries like Argentina, Brazil, and others, I do still believe that the German saying Wandel durch Handel, so trade improving talks and understanding, is still valuable. We have been putting at first in some of the trade talks that we had there specific Green Deal observations that had really nothing to do and that we never were able to implement, because if the Brazilians don't care about their rainforest themselves, no one will care, so it's their own responsibility. But in a larger worldwide context, I think definitely we have to focus on freedom, and they are generally our allies on that, and we have more to watch on this basic value before going into other details that in trade talks matter but cannot be over-dominant. I think that this has been a shortcoming of the last years, but it's never too late, because we haven't unfortunately been able to sign that many trade agreements. I think there is a chance for the European Union, but also for the West, for the Western world, to manage again, to be more focused on the key drivers of our activity, and then putting at second and third range other elements that are important as well, but that have to be defended as well locally.
Thank you. Good, we are already running more than half time of this panel, so it's up to you. I open the discussion, and for comments, please keep it, short, not so opinionated, but rather focused on questions. So so you have 1, 2, and then you have there in the corner. So, yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, Alberto Turkstra from Diplomatic World. Short question to Sherry. You mentioned the burgeoning ties between India and Russia. So how do you assess the so-called special and privileged strategic partnership between the Russian Federation and India in light of the events of the last 2 years? Thank you.
All right, very good. So there's one, there is second. Tricky with the mics, I know. So.
Yeah. Andrea Castagna. I have a number of affiliations, but I'm here today in my personal capacity. And thank you so much for this discussion about great powers. But I was a bit surprised. Today we're talking about different elephants in the room. And I think that one big elephant was not mentioned. You, Mr. Fallon, were mentioning North Korea as one of the bigger suppliers of Russia. But the other one is...
Please, let's try to keep it on a question. If you go to the question, please.
I'm coming to a question.
All right, great.
The other one was Iran, because it seems to me that Iran poses multiple threats to the global security, coming from drones in Russia to the Red Sea, as well as in Israel. So it seems to me that it's a big topic that was not addressed. Where Iran stands in this equation of great power politics?
All right, good. So do you have there, as you see the hand, and there. So there we have already 4 questions, and then we go back to panel. So keep it short.
Sure, I will do my best. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for this panel. Really interesting. I'm Roberto Talenti. I'm a doctoral researcher in climate governance. So yeah, you can guess maybe from what I do what's going to be my question about. Actually, it's really about elephants in the room. As we are talking about a new era for great power politics, I would like to know which is the role, basically, in the strategic plans of all these great powers we're talking about, of climate change and of climate diplomacy. Because, I mean, I didn't hear about a lot from, that side, but I know for sure that this is going to affect a lot human and hard security in terms of global migration, food insecurity, water security, So I would like to know, how does this issue of climate diplomacy, climate strategy fits into the strategic plans of the different new powers we are talking about today? Thank you.
Climate diplomacy, and then final short question there, and then we go to the panel.
Yeah, hello. I'm leading up to my question, shall be very short. I think I have the impression that everything is still terribly fragmented and disconnected. When I look at the title of this conference, Global Synergy, this sounds a bit surrealistic. I was invited some time ago to attend a meeting.
Can you set to the question, please?
Yeah, well, I was about to say that I attended a meeting at the Royal Academy of Sciences, where I attended a lecture given by Professor Amartya Sen, Nobel Prize winner in economics. And I asked a question to Professor Amartya Sen. If world society, well-being, quality of life could become an international referential, a fundamental changing the world mindset, could this not serve as a strong incentive to catalyze the blending of all the disconnected and fragmented action plans and roadmaps together? And he said it definitely could. So I'm wondering if the blockage to global synergy is perhaps a mindset issue and not just an economic issue. Thank you.
Mindset. Good. All right, we go to panel. So maybe start from the India, Rasta.
Yeah. Okay. So the question on Russia-India relations, right? So Russia is a long-standing traditional partner for India since decades. But as I mentioned in my previous comments, India's ties with the West have expanded in recent years, and Russia's actions in the last 2 years have, I would say, created some problems for India. When the Russia-Ukraine war began, India was under a lot of pressure to explicitly condemn Russia, to sort of choose sides. But given its own security compulsions, this was rather difficult for India to do. And I would say that there are perhaps 3 or 4 main reasons as to why Russia still continues to be an important partner for India. The first one is, of course, the historic dependence that India has on Russia when it comes to military equipment and arms supplies. And India is diversifying its defense partnerships now, so it is no longer only dependent on Russia. It's now importing weapons from France, which has emerged as India's largest defense partner, in fact, also Israel and the United States. But the issue is that Russia is still the easiest partner for India to deal with in terms of getting technologies, in terms of less conditions attached when it comes to acquiring weapons. The second very important factor is, as Theresa mentioned as well, the Russia-China partnership and the no limits partnership that was signed just before Russia invaded Ukraine. And this has very serious implications for India, given India's own very tense relations with China at the moment. So India, by keeping Russia close, even in today's time, wants to prevent a closer Russian-Chinese embrace. But it's also important for India to prevent an alignment of Pakistan and Russia, which, as you know, is India's sort of traditional foe when it comes to international relations. And the third important point is that India, as I mentioned, practices this multi-aligned foreign policy. And in this context, India aspires to have a multipolar world, which allows it to exercise its options more freely. And it views itself and Russia as well as an important pole in this whole multipolar order. In terms of the future of this relationship, I think this is a partnership that is rather one-dimensional, because the traditional focus is on things like weapons. There is a lack of an economic dimension when it comes to India's ties with Russia. And if you compare this to India's relationships with the West, with the United States, with the EU and its member states, these are relationships that are much more multifaceted. They involve trade ties, technology ties, and also very significant people-to-people ties. So the future of the relationship is, I would say, very much under question. And I think this would also depend on what kind of power Russia would actually be in the future itself. So, but for now, I think this is a relationship that will probably continue to stay strong.
Okay, Shaire, thank you. And maybe on the question on Iran, I don't know if you can.
Okay. Well, I'm with the Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies, and I already cover a lot, but I have had to cover Iran as well on this situation, so I'm happy to grab it. I mean, is this a proxy war? We see China is losing money because ships would go through the Red Sea. They have, on our way now to Europe, is a RoRo, so a roll-on, roll-off ship just to bring BYD electric vehicles to Europe. It's going around the Cape of Good Hope, and it should be arriving in European ports very soon. So we don't know if Europe will be able to get their sanctions package through, or we'll see what happens with that. But what happened there? I mean, everyone is getting crisis fatigue. The war in Ukraine, now we have this crisis in the Red Sea. Will this spill over into a larger Middle East crisis? I mean, this is what everyone is deeply concerned about. So, we see, I call them the NERCs, North Korea, Iran, Russia, China. And they like this kind of weakness of the international system. They want to see a changing world order, and they're punching wherever they can. And Jake Sullivan, who's obviously a very accomplished person, just wrote a piece 1 week, I think, before the tensions exploded in the Middle East. So saying how great everything was in the Middle East, it was nice and calm. So there are these kind of black swans. It's increasing, or some would say it's been a gray rhino running at us, all these tensions in the region. So I think that Iran is a real challenge for all of us in the region. And I think that we're seeing Russia and China kind of sitting back and watching how the West responds. The US, it grabs their attention. They have to use ships in the region. They're pushing their staff. These ships might be better off in the Asia-Pacific region. And there's a limited amount of munitions. So I think that this is a win-win for China, having these conflicts in the region. It disperses US attention. And all these problems, start to add up. We see munitions running down because of Ukraine. Budgets are limited because of assistance to Ukraine. Now we have more problems in the Middle East. So I think this is a very positive development for China. They're opportunists. They didn't plan it, but they will try to use it to their advantage.
Thank you, Teresa. Andreas, about this question of climate diplomacy, and maybe I can jump in. Do you think that we are in, because let's face it, we just had last week the 2040 discussion and targets, and too ambitious or not. And it's quite astonishing is that that we don't, if we really want to save the planet, we don't think that, how can we engage the global actors, and actually that's one of the purpose of this, to have those. So are we doing enough? Should we have different strategy? More business focus? Andreas, do you want to comment on that?
Well, I think that there is for sure a global synergy. Maybe it has been bigger in the last decades, but there is still.
Yeah.
But the best example to prove the question is I met a very large investor in photovoltaic energy in Germany, and they are looking for they have already the place, but they have not the authorization yet. And recently he called me and he said, is it true that the European Commission is now putting duties on the Chinese photovoltaic elements? Because if you do so, we cannot pay for that, what we want to invest in Germany in that specific area. And so what does it mean now, climate diplomacy? I mean, for sure we have in our relations to China, think about climate, and that would, the short conclusion would say, then we have not to do any duties, because the cheaper we get the photosolar elements, the more they will be invested in Europe. But if we get dependent from them, we will have a problem in the long run. So the climate diplomacy would maybe mean in that moment that we have to accept higher prices for climate changing technologies at that moment, to be able to outline and to roll out at a later stage them in a more independent manner. So I'm sorry that it's more a question to you than an answer. I think it's extremely complicated to say today what for the European Commission climate diplomacy can really mean. I believe the best what we can do still, that was a bit generic, but is to look for countries and societies that share with us the willingness to have freedom as a basic value, so that people think independently about our common future. And on that basis, it's still the best to move on, because they want then to invest in the better technologies on a fair level. And that's unfortunately not the case with some specific countries that have been mentioned here, without touching other elephants in the room. I think it's extremely complicated. And I think having a diplomacy at EU level that only focuses on climate would be wrong. I think the only focus, the first level that we have to focus on, is freedom as the basic value in the world. And after having achieved a good result on this, we can outline other stuff.
Thank you, Andres. Teresa, you wanted to come in?
Just a quick second thing about climate. I was just recently at NATO, and they had an event about climate, and which I was happy to see, really honored to see how, and to speak about Russia, China, and climate. So I focused on the Arctic. And the number one thing that can contribute to climate change is war. So the whole idea is to avoid war, because that's really catastrophic for the climate. And second, as we see climate change and the opening of the northern route, China calls it the polar route. China describes themselves as a near-polar actor. So they're about 900 kilometers away from the northernmost point of China, but they see themselves as an Arctic player. The dynamic between Russia and China, as Russia becomes weaker, China can ask for things from them that they could never ask for before. They want cooperation. Russia has lots of bases in the Arctic. They see that as really key to their security. So China's asking for more access to these bases because Russia's weak now and they're not in a position to say no. And they're also asking for more advanced technologies for silent submarines and more advanced missile technology that Russia has been holding back and not wanting to sell to China. But because of the situation with the war in Ukraine, China benefits from this, and Russia will everyone's watching very carefully and closely to see if this technology will be transferred to China, which will also have a big impact.
Thank you, Teresa. I think, Christina, I would like to go back to Taiwan and also the domestic aspect. You just had elections, new president, so a lot of more tension maybe was added to relations. So first of all, what is the relation between, in short, domestic politics in Taiwan now vis-à-vis the whole situation, and maybe with some words about the sentiment now in Taiwan, because of course, you know, if we are speaking about looming war, it needs to be huge stress on population. So if there's some minutes left, so if you can shortly comment on that.
The recent election shows, first of all, that in terms of the president, the DPP still won, so Lai Ching-te became the president, and but then in terms of the legislature, it was not the DPP majority. So I think that shows the message, first of all, for Taiwan people that they still, they're not really threatened by China, because China does not want DPP to become the president and the majority. So Taiwanese people show that they have their will, that they are not threatened by China. They cast their votes, depend on their own desire and who they want to vote for. And secondly, I think for China, having a divided, executive and the legislative, kind of gave them some relief, because that meant they can still play this so-called two-pronged strategy, which CCP has been known for, meaning that it can, give the carrots and the sticks at the same time. So what I'm saying is that for China, I think they will continue to try to use the carrots strategy to court the Taiwanese people, because the outcomes seem to give them the hope that, okay, it's not the continuation of the DPP majority in the legislative. But then at the same time, they're still continuing on with the pressure, the military and the hybrid warfare pressure on Taiwan. And I think we will see intensification of this pressure from now, especially from now until May, which is the time when the new administration comes to office. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. We still have some minutes left. Shaire, your foreign minister, Mr. Jaishankar, had, when this whole situation, war in Ukraine came up, and there was expectation vis-à-vis India, there was some quite strong pushback there verbally. So my question is to you, what would be, looking the debate, because you have been 2 years in this Brussels bubble, so you know the discussion. So what would be like the Indian advice? You see where we want to go, but what would be your advice to us Europeans? How to deal with this whole approach to global sphere, in short?
Well, that's a very interesting question, Tommy. I would say that, of course, Europe is very concerned about what is happening in Ukraine, and rightfully so, understandably so. But at the same time, I feel like it would be helpful for Europe to use this principled approach to also acknowledge hostilities and atrocities happening elsewhere in other parts of the world. As I mentioned earlier as well, India faces, an aggressive nuclear-armed China-Pakistan axis at its borders. And in 2020, when the Galwan Valley clashes happened, when China, brutally attacked India, infiltrated Indian territory, killed Indian soldiers, there wasn't so much of a whimper that came out of Brussels or other European capitals at the time. And Beijing is essentially, by its actions, trying to somewhat redraw the political map of the Himalayas. Yet in Europe, at that time in 2020, it was somewhat business as usual with Beijing. And it was only when China started behaving in less benign ways with Europe itself that Europe began to, rethink its approach to China. So I think my basic point and advice would be that when Europe is concerned about the future of the rules-based liberal order, it should also speak up when the rules are violated in other parts of the world. And I would say that's why Jaishankar's statement, which became quite famous when he said that, Europe must come out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. I think this is the reason that this statement found resonance in many countries in the world, but also in Europe, in fact. And Chancellor Olaf Scholz had actually repeated this statement in one of his addresses. The other point I would like to make is, when we talk about the rules-based global order, the question we need to ask ourselves is what sort of order this is, because in 2024, you still have global multilateral institutions that are non-inclusive, non-representative, non-equitable. So I think it's important to reform these institutions, because it is this failure to reform institutions, make them representative, that has somewhat made nations feel that the current order that is under attack is a Western-dominated order. It's not really a global order per se. So I think if Europe wants countries to have a stronger role in supporting this order, stabilizing this order, it needs to help in creating stakeholders who actually believe in sustaining this order. So I'll stop there.
Great, thank you, Shaire. Good, clear remarks. We still have some minutes left, so I would kind of conclude. Teresa, you and me, we had a discussion about the latest EU-Asia and ASEAN meeting. It took place 1 or 2 weeks ago. So maybe kind of one or two, within 1 or 2 minutes, 1 or 2 main takeaways just for us. What was your analysis on that? What this tells about our EU-Asia relation?
Okay, the EU-ASEAN meeting, I believe, took place on February 2nd. They managed to print a joint statement, and so they had a couple kerfuffles in the middle of the negotiations, but they were able to smooth these over, especially in regard to Indonesia. And there's a more nuanced relationship. The ASEAN members see a more nuanced relationship with China and also with Russia. And so, because China, for example, has done a great deal of investment in Indonesia, so Indonesia does not want to take a hard line on Beijing. So I think that the fact that the EU and ASEAN could come up with some sort of statement and improve relations, that's a key sign that EU is also a player in the region. Let's not forget that Europe is one of the biggest investors in ASEAN, also one of the biggest investors in Taiwan. So what happens in this region is key for Europe's future.
All right. Thanks, Teresa. And Andreas, I leave you the closing. So navigating a new era for great power politics. So for EU perspective, EU, also from the European Parliament, what is really the key issue, the key point, the key accent we must to focus on in order to promote our vision?
Well, obviously, and the discussion, I think, has also shown this, our great power is our economy. So if we want to leverage what we have with the biggest market in the world, with the biggest free market in the world, we have to make sure that we set the right economic incentives, and that at the same time we make sure that they are respected by all countries, 27 member states, but also by the market operators. And we want to achieve this in a free way, that people can choose themselves. And this is a very complicated concept, because the more we legislate, the more we regulate, the less choice our operators have. And in some areas that we have been only briefly touching, also linked to climate diplomacy, we are all the time in an in-between situation. We cannot achieve both goals, but if we want to have a leverage in the world, we have to focus on our economic capacity, which is by far the highest tool that we have. And therefore, we have to choose the right way. Even sometimes it might be less popular and it might look contradictory, but we have only this tool that we really can use in difference to other countries like the US.
Exactly. All right, time is up. So I would propose I could give a big hand to our panelists. So thank you very much. And then I give floor to Theo. Theo, please.
Thank you, everyone, for following. Thank you again to all of our panelists for all of their insights. Thank you for all your questions, the short ones, the not so short ones. We'll be back here at 2:30, right after lunch, which will be hosted in the hallway right there. Thank you all.
How do I deal with what I'm feeling? Maybe I just don't. What you're doing, I'm in ruins, all alone. I'm all alone, and nothing I do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Deal with the feelings I feel when you come near me. All I can see is you and me together, building a future forever, loving till eternity. I see you. Can't you see what you're doing to me? The way you got me, baby, it's like I can't even breathe. You're all that I need, and nothing I do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. And maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall in love. I'm ready to go. Today I woke up feeling pretty good and feeling like I should go out on a run. Don't know where, I don't care. Put my headphones on and played my favorite song and drifted off to a different space. A different time and place. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, nah, not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Not today. Today I woke up, skies are looking gray and I just wanna stay in bed all day. Then I pretend the sun is shining and butterflies are flying over my head. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. today. Maybe tomorrow, not today.
It is time, it's the perfect summer night. And those three words are spelled out in your eyes. But before I go on, say something wrong. I just hope and bite my tongue. Cause you've been told too many times before. Yeah, you've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say that I love you. When the line between us just fades and blurs. That's the time when we just don't need more words. Cause you've been told too many times before. Yeah, you've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say that I
been taking mornings slowly, waking up with the sweet sound of the birds, reading books and sipping coffee. I forgot how much I love getting lost in words. Well, it took us a while to get here. It took the world falling apart, but maybe we needed to take a step back to remember how lucky we are. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight that's keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. Spend our evenings telling stories and playing games like we're all kids again. Sitting on the front porch laughing, it's gotta be the finest medicine. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight that's keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long. This long. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight is keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long. Waiting, patient, only thing that I've never been good at. No, no, chasing ways to have you to myself just like I should, yeah. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body, turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't fight you. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning round your bedroom. Touch me like the sun touches the morning. Yeah, yeah, wind me up one look and you can read me like a story. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body, turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't lie, yeah. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, I used to stick around, definitely not for too long. But boy, you got me hooked and made me wanna write this song. Thought all guys are the same, apparently I was wrong. Let me take you somewhere where we could be alone. You know how people say it caught me unexpected. Well, I really wasn't prepared for all of this love and affection. Normally I would be scared, but I'm aware that you're special. So let me take us somewhere where we could be alone. When I look at you, I see a pretty picture. You're the sun, I'm the sky, and we're so complete. Let me water you, my flower, I'll teach you how to open up real nice, baby. Why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and sweet. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. If it's up to me, I won't go to work for a week. No, I won't. Just to stay in bed with you, cuddle and watch TV. Don't care about anything, I know you do the same for me. So let's stay here all day and hide in the sheets. Baby, we deserve a celebration. When we meet, I feel like I'm on vacation. I think I finally find my best friend. Am I tripping or is this for real? Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? Yeah. Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. Ooh, why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. No, no, no. Why don't we give it a go? See, you'll see. There's nothing in the world like you and me. There's something in the world like you and me.
It's a beautiful day at the beach. I was losing my mind for about a week until I could call you up. I'll meet you at the waterline. Birds are flying up above. We both need a little love. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the nighttime to see what it brings. And I'm still living deep in my head. Sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, late in bed, did I love instead? Yeah, I'm still living deep in my head. Sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, late in bed, did I love instead? Yes, I know we're not the same. I'm so tired of playing games. You don't have to be so hard. Just tell me your dreams, the things you like. What turns you off, what makes you doubt. I'll tell you my deepest secrets. I wanna let them out. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for
How do I deal with what I'm feeling? Maybe I just don't. What you doing? I'm in ruins, all alone. I'm all alone, and I know nothing to do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Deal with the feelings I feel when you come near me. All I can see is you and me together, building a future forever, loving till eternity. I see you. Can't you see what you're doing to me? The way you got me, baby, it's like I can't even breathe. You're all that I need, and I know nothing to do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. And maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall in love. I'm ready to go. Today I woke up feeling pretty good and feeling like I should go out on a run. Don't know where, I don't care. Put my headphones on and played my favorite song and drifted off to a different space. A different time and place. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready, I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Nah, 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 not today. Not today, maybe. Today I woke up, skies are looking gray and I just wanna stay in bed all day. Then I pretend the sun is shining and butterflies are flying over my head. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready, I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Nah, 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 not today.
this time is the perfect summer night. And those three words are spelled out in your eyes. But before I go on, say something wrong. I just hope I'm by my tongue. Cause you've been told too many times before. Yeah, you've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say that I love you. When the line between us just fades and blurs. That's the time when we just don't need more words. Cause you've been told too many times before. Yeah, you've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say that
I've been taking mornings slowly, waking up with the sweet sound of the birds, reading books and sipping coffee. I forgot how much I love getting lost in words. Well, it took us a while to get here. It took the world falling apart, but maybe we needed to take a step back to remember how lucky we are. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight that's keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. Spend our evenings telling stories and playing games like we were all kids again. Sitting on the front porch laughing, it's gotta be the finest medicine. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight that's keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long. This long. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight is keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long. Waiting, patient, only thing that I've never been good at. No, no, chasing ways to have you to myself just like I should, yeah. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body, turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't fight you. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning round your bedroom. Touch me like the sun touches the morning. Yeah, yeah, wind me up one look and you can read me like a story. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body, turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't lie, yeah. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning round my head, No going back, got it bad. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it, boy, you got me spinning. I used to stick around, definitely not for too long. But boy, you got me hooked and made me wanna write this song. Not all guys are the same, apparently I was wrong. Let me take you somewhere where we could be alone. You know how people say it caught me unexpected. Well, I really wasn't prepared for all this love and affection. Normally I would be scared, but I'm aware that you're special. So let me take us somewhere where we could be alone. When I look at you, I see a pretty picture. You're the sun, I'm the sky, and we're so complete. Let me water you, my flower, I'll teach you how to open up real nice, baby. Why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and sweet. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. If it's up to me, I won't go to work for a week. No, I won't. Just to stay in bed with you, cuddle and watch TV. Don't care about anything, I know you do the same for me. So let's stay here all day and hide in the sheets. Baby, we deserve a celebration. When we meet, I feel like I'm on vacation. I think I finally find my best friend. Am I tripping or is this for real? Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? Yeah. Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. Ooh, why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. No.
'cause I know we're not the same. I'm so tired of playing games. You don't have to be so hard. Just tell me your dreams, the things you like. What turns you off, what makes you doubt. I'll tell you my deepest secrets, I wanna let them out. Hiding a million different things, waiting for the night time to see what it brings. And I'm still even deep in my head, and sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, late in bed, could I love instead? Yeah, I'm still even deep in my head, and sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, late in bed, could I love instead? Baby, don't leave me alone. Baby, I'm stuck in a cold, baby.
Just a moment ago, been on the perfectly go, kept following birthday view. I'm not told that I'm born to leave and step behind all the things people do as if it's all of mine. Now I won't, and isn't it funny to have a walk in sunlight then? I get them out of my mind. Then all the things I used to do ain't gonna waste my precious time of thinking of what do I do. All trees go blossom, tide is flying, days of spring will never come like these. I love the rain, it sounds die. They die away down on the street. They get me sometimes, drag out from the sky, and now I'm wondering how it was. Just a moment ago, been on the perfectly go, kept following birds a few. They flew in sunlight there. I get them out of my mind. Then all the things I used to do ain't gonna waste my precious time of thinking of what do I do. All trees go blossom, tide is flying, days of spring will never come like these. I love the rain, it sounds die. They die away down on the street. I get them out of my mind. All the things I used to do ain't gonna waste my precious time thinking of what do I do. I get them out of my mind. Then all the things I used to do ain't gonna waste my precious time of thinking of what do I do. All trees go blossom, tide is flying, days of spring will never come like these. I love the rain, it sounds die. They die away down on the street.
All I see is blessings, got no time for stressing. Don't believe in failures in my life, it's only lessons. They just making room for what I'm on now. I don't got a clue, but I know the one who does know how. Oh wow. It's like I'm learning the game with the maker I already know now. Destiny has my name, know it's coming, it'll never go. I know that we all gonna be alright. We gon' make it through if it takes us all night. No matter what the odds may bring our way, I can see the blessings coming our way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Blessings on blessings, yeah. I can see the blessings coming our way. Our way, our way. Blessings on blessings, yeah. I can see the blessings coming our way.
I can't say that life's been perfect or complain, cause life's been worth it. And all because of who he is working. All we need is love, all we need is been taking mornings slowly, waking up with the sweet sound of the birds, reading books and sipping coffee. I forgot how much I love getting lost in words. Well, it took us a while to get here. It took the world falling apart, but maybe we needed to take a step back to remember how lucky we are. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight that's keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. Spend our evenings telling stories and playing games like we're all kids again. Sitting on the front porch laughing, it's gotta be the finest medicine. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight that's keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long, this long. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight is keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long. Waiting, patient, only thing that I've never been good at. No, no, chasing ways to have you to myself just like I should, yeah. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body, turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't fight you. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning round your bedroom. Touch me like the sun touches the morning. Yeah, yeah, wind me up one look and you can read me like a story. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body, turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't lie, yeah. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning. just to stick around, definitely not for too long. But boy, you got me hooked and made me wanna write this song. Not all guys are the same, apparently I was wrong. Let me take you somewhere where we could be alone. You know how people say it caught me unexpected. Well, I really wasn't prepared for all of this love and affection. Normally I would be scared, but I'm aware that you're special. So let me take us somewhere where we could be alone. When I look at you, I see a pretty picture. You're the sun, I'm the sky, and we're so complete. Let me water you, my flower, I'll teach you how to open up real nice, baby. Why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and sweet. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. If it's up to me, I won't go to work for a week. No, I won't. Just to stay in bed with you, cuddle and watch TV. Don't care about anything, I know you do the same for me. So let's stay here all day and hide in the sheets. Baby, we deserve a celebration. When we meet, I feel like I'm on vacation. I think I finally find my best friend. Am I tripping or is this for real? Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? Yeah. Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. Ooh, why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. No, no, no. Why don't we give it a go? See, you'll see. There's nothing in the world like you and me. There's something in the world like you and me.
It's a beautiful day at the beach. I was losing my mind for about a week until I could call you up. I'll meet you at the waterline. Birds are flying up above. We both need a little love. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the night time to see what it brings. And I'm still living deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, take a love instead. Yeah, I'm still living deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, take a love instead. Yes, I know we're not the same. I'm so tired of playing games. You don't have to be so hard. Just tell me your dreams, the things you like. What turns you off, what makes you doubt. I'll tell you my deepest secrets. I wanna let them out. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for
It's sunny as I fall out from the sky, and I'm wondering what I do. Just a moment ago, been on the perfectly go, kept following birds eye view. I'm not told that I'm born to leave and step behind all the things people do as if it's all of mine. Now I want, and isn't it funny to have a walk in sunlight? Then I get them out of my mind. Then all the things I used to do ain't gonna waste my precious time of thinking of what do I do. All trees go blossom, time is flying, days of spring will never come like these. I love the rain, it sounds die. They die away down on the street. They get me sometimes, drag out from the sky, and now I'm wondering how it was. Just a moment ago, being on the perfectly go, kept following birds eye view. They flew in sunlight there. I get them out
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all feeling refreshed. We're now here for panel number 3, titled Innovation and Technology as a Driver of EU-Asia Relations. Very important topic, moderated by Sandra Pasaric of the Martens Center. Our panelists will be Zuzana Ferenczi, an assistant professor at the National Donghua University in Taiwan, Konstantinos Karanakis, a deputy minister of digital governance in Greece, King Wang Poon, the director of the Lee Kuan Yew Center for Innovative Cities at the Singapore University of Technology and Design, and finally, Ivan Stefanic, a member of the European Parliament for Slovakia. The panel will last until 3:30, after which we'll have a short coffee break and panel 4, and then the cocktail at 5:15. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this third panel of the Martens Center Global Synergy Conference. I'm Sandra Pasaric, Martens Center Project Officer, and I will be moderating this debate, in which we're going to explore EU-Asia relations, in particular in innovation and technology area, as they play a pivotal role in fostering sustainable development. Therefore, digitalization as such is in the heart of this process. For specific insights from the European side, we will hear from Konstantinos Kyranakis, Deputy Minister of Digital Governance of Greece. Hello and welcome, Konstantinos. You have a long-standing experience in the field of digital marketing, creating websites and applications, as well as in politics, where in 2017, the international magazine Forbes proclaimed you among the 30 most influential young people under 30 in Europe. Furthermore, we will also hear some practical examples. So, for example, with Zuzana Ferenczi, Assistant Professor at National Donghua University in Hualien, we will hear some recent developments on Taiwan, especially on ecosystems and semiconductor industry, as well as on China. Welcome back to Brussels, Zuzha, if I may say. As you worked for the European Parliament as a political advisor for 12 years, if that's correct, before you moved to Taiwan during the pandemic, but even before that, you published your book in May 2019 titled Europe, China, and the Limits of Normative Power. Another interesting example we will touch upon is the one on smart cities, and I guess you already gathered the keyword here is Singapore, as Singapore is the world's leading smart city. And for that, we are lucky enough to have a speaker who joined us all the way from Singapore, namely King Wang Poon. Hello and welcome. He's director of the Lee Kuan Yew Center for Innovative Cities at Singapore University of Technology and Design. King, your list of contributions is very long, so I won't be mentioning all of them. I will just say that he received the Public Administration Medal in 2021 for his contributions. And to finish off, I think it is also very important to place all those technological developments in legal framework. Therefore, MEP Ivan Stefanic from the EPP group will explain existing collaborative frameworks and also some business models that are in place. He is also a member of the EP Committee on Internal Market and Consumer Protection. Hello and welcome, MEP Stefanec.
Thank you.
I will kick off this debate with a selection of questions. There are going to be 3 groups of questions, after which I'm going to leave you the floor. I will leave you around 15 to 20 minutes for this, I promise. So let's kick off with the first selection of questions, where I'm going to focus in general on EU-Asia relations, but also we'll touch upon some future developments and also talk a little bit about risks that are in place. So, as digital transformation becomes increasingly central to economic growth and societal development, I would like to know from Deputy Minister, from national level, so Konstantinos, how do you envision stimulating a collaborative ecosystem between the EU and Asian nations, but at the same time to drive innovation and technology adoption? And also if you could mention some specific frameworks in place.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I want to congratulate the Martens Center for this very innovative idea of organizing a global synergy conference and bringing us Europeans together at the same table with our Asian friends. This is an initiative that we haven't seen very much in the Brussels bubble, let's say, during the last decade. And I'm very happy to be part of it. So, Tommy, congratulations, and Mr. Dzurinda, of course, for the initiative. I feel that we need to say just in the beginning, as members of EU governments, to our Asian friends, is that for most of us, this discussion is basically uncharted waters. And there's a lot of geopolitical discussion that needs to get into the equation. The number one problem that I see in order to create a framework around this discussion is to know, okay, on one side there's the European Union and the EU governments. This is systematically explained of how it works and how it's being represented. This is not the case for Asian countries. There are many clear differences between Asian nations and their place in the world, and of course their political and technological agenda. And this is why, in order for this dialogue to be successful, we need this kind of conferences to establish a continuous dialogue that will be based on certain goals and objectives. From my perspective, as a member of the Greek government, but of course with some European experience, the clear objective that we have in front of us is infrastructure and connectivity. So Greece is playing a pivotal role in achieving this objective by beginning a big project in submarine cables between Europe, Greece would be the main port, and Arab countries, namely Saudi Arabia, with the perspective of expanding the EMC project. This is how it's called, the one that will begin being deployed in 2024. And its second phase has as a perspective the expansion to Asian countries, India or Singapore or somewhere else. So this is something that from our part as a Greek government and of course as part of the European strategy in connectivity needs to have a counterpart in Asia in order to see how it can benefit both our regions. Number two is digital transformation in services. Greece, perhaps most of the friends here in the audience have heard about this in the last years, has taken active steps in transforming its public services from paper into digital. A number that always strikes are very, very impressive is that in 2019 we had only 800,000 digital transactions for public services in Greece. Now we have, per year, now we have more than 1.5 billion. So this transformation happened in less than 3 years. Of course, the COVID crisis helped us as an accelerator in transforming our public sector into more digital. And of course, we're exploring the path of taking the next steps in that regard. What we have done, and I will keep the rest of the answers for my next intervention, what we have done recently is implementing generative AI in customer support, or I might say citizen support for public services. So what we have done is create a generative AI model with the help of a well-known and established LLM in order to combine information from various laws, various public texts that provide information about different services, and of course, question and answers that cannot be given by one public employee. So right now in Greece, you can get answers and support from the public sector at any day, any time, in all languages that are supported by the large language model, for all kinds of public services and legal frameworks, regardless of the institution, regardless of the entity you're addressing. So this is something that for the European Union and of course for our country is of crucial importance in order to transform the public sector in the agenda for the digital decade. If we can manage to have much less people in the public sector answering phone calls in order to provide support to every citizen, and have AI giving this kind of support, this is something that could give the chance to governments to have a much more productive public sector and be able to transform it in a much more digital and friendly way.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So this was a little bit from the national level, your experience in technology and innovation. There are, especially with China as one of our long-standing partners in technology and innovation, there are several programs and frameworks in place. The most recent is the joint roadmap for the future of EU-China cooperation in science, technology and innovation. And this is a very important one because this is about bringing a playing field, about a leveled, reciprocal and respectful of R&I values and principles. However, the EU-China relationship in R&I seems rather unbalanced. So, MEP Stefanec, Ivan, what areas do you see as the most critical here, as the most unbalanced? And also, what instruments remain on the EU side to ensure fair competition between both sides?
Right. Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. So it's a good question because I think we have to diversify the raw materials. We have to diversify our suppliers, particularly in terms of environmental transitions. We are too much dependent on critical raw material. We have to be aware of the fact that 90% of raw materials, which is necessary for our environmental transition, is in the hands of China. So the answer was Critical Raw Material Act, which we adopted recently. The answer is diversification. That's what we have in the hand, and we have to have more suppliers for our raw materials. We have to identify from which sources we can use these raw materials. Another tool, as you ask, is trade policy. Our trade policy and trade agreement, which must be very pragmatic from a European point of view. Another instrument is R&D. We have to invest much more into research and development because the current situation is that in comparison with China, we are tracking behind. That's the matter of fact right now. Not only with China, also in comparison with other Asian countries. And last but not least, I do believe that we have to put more, let's say, cooperation between member states because still, even though we have a trade policy on the European level, each member state is trying to find its respective way to cooperate with China, and there is the need for more cooperation and more European input, I would say, from this point of view. So more cooperation, research and development, and of course diversification of sources. That's what we have in the hand.
Thank you. In the second selection of questions, we're going to go a little bit deeper in those that you mentioned. Now, I would like to move to the Asian side, as we have this chance to hear from our Asian experts. Zhuzha, you as a professor based in Taiwan, but also with European perspective, I would like to know what insights can you share with us regarding the current state of innovation ecosystem, especially in Taiwan, but also in the region, and also their impact on EU-Asia relations.
Thank you, Sandra. And first of all, thank you for this opportunity. It is, just as Constantino said, it is great to see European think tanks and research institutes really focus on Taiwan as a partner in the Indo-Pacific. And I think this is great, and I hope this continues. And so to come back to your question, if we talk about Taiwan in the context of technology and innovation, I think there's two things that I would highlight to begin with. So Taiwan is a high-tech island, and at the same time, Taiwan is a robust democracy. So these two realities go together. We cannot understand how Taiwan has become as advanced, as a technologically advanced economy, just by talking about technology. We need to talk about the fact that Taiwan is a democracy. So I think these two realities are the two assets that Taiwan has managed to leverage on the international stage. And this has happened despite Taiwan's abnormal international status. So this is the credit that we can give and we should give to Taiwan, because Taiwan made itself into this indispensable player when it comes to semiconductors, since that's something that you already touched upon. So I think there's key lessons to learn in how to better benefit from the interplay between technology and democracy in a way that benefits the citizens. And I come to the people part in this setup, because that's really what has made Taiwan stand out, this bottom-up democracy, which is digital democracy. That's also something that Taiwan's digital minister, Audrey Tang, has promoted. And I think this is something that has been going on for the past 8 years under the current government, to invest in innovation, in open government, and to really strengthen democracy bottom up. And that is also thanks to transparency. That's another thing that helps. The more transparency there is, the more trust it creates. And this is something that we saw also throughout the pandemic. So Taiwan's exemplary way of dealing with the pandemic went hand in hand with dealing with the infodemic. Because Taiwan, when we say democracy and democratic resilience, we also have to remember that Taiwan is also one of the most cyber-attacked economies in the world, which means that Taiwan has had to build itself a shield from constant daily pressure, and that is a wide box of tools that China across the strait has had to put pressure on Taiwan, and that includes economic coercion, it includes cyber attacks, hybrid warfare, and this was already covered to some extent in the previous panel. But I think this is the context that we have to keep in mind when we want to understand how did Taiwan develop such a strong and globally performant ecosystem in technology, and this is really the two dimensions. So I think when it comes to how can we embrace Taiwan's technology and benefit from it, given that we have serious limitations in terms of a partnership that we can build, I think we have boundaries, right? Because you already mentioned the China context, and the China factor is a reality, but it's, in fact, I think not a limitation, because we have managed to build strong cooperation with Taiwan in technology as well. And this has happened on the European level with institutions. The European Parliament is one of the leading voices, but also with member states, and Slovakia and countries in Central Eastern Europe have been very important in this. But I think there's ongoing dialogue. So there's digital dialogue that allows talking about AI. And I think I start with AI because that is, again, in the context of technology, democracy, in a year of elections, generative AI is the biggest challenge. And that's, I think there's a global consensus, and I'm sure many of you here have read the World Economic Forum's latest public survey on threats, and generative AI supported disinformation and information manipulation has been identified as the biggest risk and threat to democracy. So Taiwan in that regard is building up defenses and is also working with global tech companies. I don't know how many of you here know, but it is Taiwan that has been or was the first host to a large data center in the Asia Pacific back in 2013, and that was Microsoft. But Google and Microsoft are both building expertise, talent, and of course this is all positive, and I do want to continue on a positive note, but I already mentioned the challenges, and that I see the challenge not just to democracy, but challenge to competitiveness. And I think this is an area where the European institutions, on one hand, European experts, European private sector, and European governments need to really partner up with Taiwan and learn from Taiwan's example. And just one question perhaps that I would still touch upon is how did this happen? How did Taiwan build up such an expertise? And I think there's a lot of factors. And the government support has been crucial. I mentioned the past 8 years under the current president, Tsai Ing-wen, we saw that there was a focus on innovation, on talent cultivation, but also on addressing the challenge of shortages that Taiwan has. The China factor is an obvious challenge, and it's one that is not going to go away, but other challenges can be handled, perhaps, through international partnerships. So what I'm advocating for when it comes to how can we embrace Taiwan more in international cooperations is really to focus on partnership. And Konstantinos, you mentioned dialogue. And I think we are at this stage where it is through dialogue that we understand what are European strengths and weaknesses and what are Taiwan's strengths and weaknesses. So that's to end on a positive note on this first question, but perhaps I stop here so we have more time to continue.
I would have one follow-up question, because we've heard from MEP Stefanec that indeed in the European Union there is a lack of cooperation between the member states. So in the region, are there any significant cross-border collaboration initiatives in this field that we could learn from?
Sure, there are, and again, as I started my first question with zooming out to look at the context. I mean, King, you will probably be speaking about similar issues when it comes to the regional dynamics, but it is, again, difficult to avoid the China factor in this conversation, because it is the reaction to an assertive China that we've seen partners, like-minded partners, partner up, essentially cooperating. So we've seen, you mentioned de-risking, diversification. We've seen that with the support of Taiwan's government, but also I think there's just a homegrown initiative to really diversify, and that's what led to cooperation between Taiwan and countries in Southeast Asia. So in the context of ASEAN, ASEAN countries are at the core of Taiwan's new southbound policy, which is a policy that, again, goes back to 2016 with the presidency of Tsai Ing-wen. And I believe, just to step out a little bit, that this is the situation today, but as we all know, there was an election recently, and at the same time, that's for the future, but I do believe that there's continuity that we can expect. So these partnerships are growing between ASEAN countries, between India and Taiwan, but also between Japan and Taiwan. And that is because...
Despite China.
Because of the challenges are the same, and despite Chinese pressure.
Right. So MP Stefanec, you also wanted to raise
just a short remark. I fully agree with Zsuzsa's comments. Just a short remark, what we can learn from Taiwan, this is the structure of Science Park, because if we talk specifically about innovation and technology, Science Park, this is something what is extremely successful in Taiwan, and this interconnection between academia and private sector doesn't work so well in Europe. So if we can learn something, this is the structure of Science Park, and if you ask about potential cooperation, member states, so that's the level where member states can cooperate with science parks, and there is a lot of potential for improvement between universities and national member states, and basically Taiwanese science parks, which are one of the best in the world.
Thank you very much. This was a very good layover to fading in our fourth speaker, King. You coming from academia in Singapore. So could you maybe comment a little bit on this and cooperation between academia and the private sector? And also, in general, well, first comment on this and then we will...
Yeah, so I agree the Taiwanese example is a great example. And interestingly for me, before I joined academia, I was in public policy and research, economic development. And perhaps befittingly, the last time I was in Brussels, I was in the competition authorities dealing with the EU-Singapore Free Trade Agreement. So I bring those perspectives. I would like to lay out one level and say that since we're talking about EU and Asia, we really have very interesting innovation ecosystems all across Asia and all across Europe. And it is worthwhile for us to think about this as an international network and to learn from each other to see what are the possibilities and the different models in which different countries can adapt. So for example, in Germany, the Fraunhofer Institutes with the academia is a very strong one. In the Netherlands, they also have a strong one. In Belgium, you've got a very strong semiconductor research institute as well. And then, of course, in Asia, you've got the Taiwan innovation ecosystem. You've got, even in China, the Greater Bay Area between Hong Kong and the southern Pearl River Delta. They're developing something there worth watching too. And then with the shift to Southeast Asia, I think you're going to see an interesting ecosystem developing in Southeast Asia. I was just telling Sandra, just yesterday as I landed, I saw a news announcement that the International Energy Agency is setting up a regional HQ in Singapore. And the idea is to work with the regional countries in Southeast Asia and manage the transition to clean energies. So maybe the vision I want to paint is we have a lot to learn from each other. And that was my experience working with the EU-Singapore FTA too. It was me against 27 countries, right, negotiating with them. And we found that the reason why we could resolve the free trade agreement and all the different differences was because we were willing to listen and learn from each other. And I think we can take that same principle and create maybe a cross-continent learning and innovation ecosystem. We're learning from different countries. We're inspired by them. We're also taking innovations. And I think
more precisely, what could Europe learn from Asian countries?
Well, there are three things, in fact. Borrowing on this morning's discussion on whether we are more optimistic or less optimistic and this whole de-risking thing, maybe couch it as, should we be optimistic to be or not to be optimistic? And I think there are three responses to that. One is we must be optimistic. In Asian countries, in Singapore at least, technology has been a great economic multiplier for us. We've seen the improvements in standards of living because of technology, whether it's high-tech manufacturing or whether it's high-tech export orientation, export economies. And we solved many of our challenges in the cities because of technology. And we're also looking at how technology can help to deal with the demographic challenge of aging societies. Secondly, since we must be optimistic, the second thing is, we can be optimistic too. Because with this de-risking, it just means that there are more cities and countries around the region that will be building up their capabilities. So you're not going to see such a great polarization between countries that are skilled and countries that are not so skilled. You're going to see a distribution. And the question then is, does that create new opportunities and new possibilities? We may have slower growth, but more countries are upskilling, more opportunities for citizens and workers. And I think that's a potentially positive net plus that we can think about, even though de-risking and decoupling sounds like a negative thing. And then the last thing is, I think what we need to be is we know how to be optimistic. We've learned from the last few decades about how we make sure that with technology, with regionalization, we continue to ensure that people have opportunities. We must make sure that those who lose out must be taken care of. So in Singapore, we've taken a look at how the unions can support people who've been displaced by technology and regionalization. Right? We also know at the research level, right, when is it that people get displaced? It is when more tasks are being displaced than being created. And so the question for us is, can we be innovative? Can we be creative? Whether it's generative AI or new technologies, to think about creating new possibilities and opportunities for everyone. And that's a challenge that we'll need to think about. And one more thing we've been thinking about at our university, we think innovation is needed more than ever because many of the challenges that you see today, right, such as inflation, such as de-risking, requires new ways of thinking, new ways of reimagining. And if we don't push forward to be innovative, we will not be able to solve many of the challenges. And we can learn from each other how we do it. I think we'll be better off between the EU and Singapore and Asia.
And we'll indeed have a look a little bit into these innovative examples now in the second section of my questions. I will leave around 15 minutes for this. So let's move a little bit more on risks. I don't want this debate to be all about China, EU and China, but we already mentioned assertive China, so we will just now we will eliminate this from the discussion by addressing it. So based on World Intellectual Property Organization data from 2022, China filed the most patent applications. Also, at the same time, China's level of R&D investment is record high, as well as its number in scientific research papers, in quantity and in quality. So it is obvious that China seeks to win the technological competition. And also, finally, China's positioning in latest geopolitical events, if you think of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, is also showing a limited willingness of its realignment. So MEP Stefanec, what should be the EU future approach to, as Ursula von der Leyen said it, to de-risk from our relations, the European relations from China?
Once again, if we talked about relations with China, we have to be pragmatic. We have to protect somehow our values, our market as well. But we have to try also to benefit from Chinese growth. So we have to find the best what is possible for our European approach. We have to be aware of the fact that still there is the risk in terms of infrastructure. We are quite protective in terms of Chinese investments into European infrastructure, and there is to some extent also ban on these investments. The risk can be also connected with intellectual property rights because we are not playing on the equal level. Still, even though there is some progress, I have to say, in terms of negotiation, because we are not starting from zero, so there is some kind of agreement, but still we are not there yet. Our intellectual property is not covered in China as it is vice versa, so that's another risk. Another risk is data privacy, particularly if we talk about the digital field, data privacy, this is the risk. So as we know today, this is the conflict between democracies and autocracies, and there is completely different approach from democratic perspective and from autocratic perspective in terms of dealing with data, particularly in terms of dealing with private data. So we have to be very careful about that, and now we talk about Chinese applications, Chinese software. We have to be quite protective when we talk about any kind of software application. And last but not least, the whole package of digital legislation, as we are basically leading the democratic world in terms of digital legislation, having in mind our Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, Artificial Intelligence Act. By the way, just yesterday we approved this new breakthrough legislation in the Internal Market Committee. So this is something new, and this is completely new approach, which is based on the basically protection of individual values, on protection of human being. And we have to be aware of the fact that Chinese approach is completely different one. They try to somehow misuse technologies for basically increase of power of Communist Party and autocratic system. So this is a completely different approach, and when we do business, when we talk with our Chinese partners, we have to be aware of these differences. But if we are aware of that, if we have in tools, we have tools which we can use, like what we talked before, trade policy and our protection of data, our protection of intellectual property. I think we are safe, but we have to be aware of that.
I think we are indeed aware of those challenges that are not only potential, but they are, such as data privacy concerns and cybersecurity. So I would like to know more in the context of digital governance, Konstantinos. How does your government intend to address those challenges that we are indeed aware of, but also in the context of, at the same time, fostering innovation and technology partnerships between the EU and Asia?
Yes, let me pick up from where Mr. Stefanec has left. I think conferences like this one are a great opportunity to see what kind of fields of cooperation we can have with all of the rest of the Asian countries except China. We all know the problems about the elephant in the room, and this is always an obstacle when we want to build bridges and dialogues with our Asian partners. But here we have representatives from Taiwan and from Singapore and from India and from other countries. And what we need to agree on is that if we want to have a common framework, the basic democratic values need to be respected. The rules that we want to set together for innovation, for cooperation, for technological advancement needs to be respected, and they need to be clear rules that everyone needs to comply with. China clearly doesn't want to play that game, so we need to understand that it's in Europe's benefit to find more allies. So, for example, in all of the experiments we are now doing with generative AI, the strict rules that apply in Europe, some of us may be very proud about the European Union being the first entity that brings to the table a clear set of rules for AI with the AI Act. This is not the case in the United States, it's not the case somewhere in Asia, but also we're being left behind in terms of innovation because of these rules. And these rules, at the same time, they protect very much, and this is something good. They protect the rights of the citizens in terms of data protection, but perhaps they don't let European companies and European talent to really embrace change and foster innovation and being able to experiment to the level that Asian countries do. And we need to find the right balance, perhaps together in partnership with countries like Singapore or with countries like Taiwan or India. By the way, in the top American tech companies, about 90% of the CEOs are now coming from India. And this is something that tells us a lot about how things progress and how different the world is today than it was 10 or 20 years ago. So our governments are doing what they're doing in terms of digital transformation. I think for our audience today, it's not of critical use to start naming examples. But what we need to understand is that Asia offers an advantage that we don't have in Europe, and this is in terms of size of population. So you can, especially when it comes to AI, in order to understand if an AI system works, you need more data, you need more fields to apply your innovative solutions. So if European and Asian companies or European and Asian governments can work on solutions that can be applied to a very large scale, this will foster innovation. This will accelerate technological advancement. So this is something that perhaps from this conference we can take as an outcome and start creating some synergies.
Mm-hmm. For more outcomes, I would like to move to some innovative examples from Asia. So King Singapore, as we mentioned, is recognized widely as the world's leading smart city. So there are a wide range of technologies and innovations in the city, and that city has put into practice to improve various aspects of their citizens' lives. So King, could you please lead us a little bit through some of the most significant initiatives there are, especially when we talk about urban living, including transportation, public health, public safety, and so on.
Right, so thank you very much. I'm going to bring you on a small little journey, right? So start thinking about a tree, right? Just any tree that you see outside your house. Singapore has many of those, and the smart city starts there, because what we have placed increasingly in many trees is a sensor in the tree to monitor the health of the tree, to map where all the trees are across Singapore so that you sort of know, right, where all your trees are and which are healthy and which are not. And of course, because some trees are getting older, there are thunderstorms in Singapore, some trees may be tilting and may fall on people, and they've killed people before, they've dented cars. So what the National Parks Board, which is the agency in charge of all the trees, have done is they started to put sensors in all of them. And the trees are now mapped into a 3D map so that we can manage trees, take care of them, and make sure that we have a green city. The trees are now part of a green plan, right? And what is this green plan? This green plan ensures that urbanization, wildlife, as well as nature tries to coexist together. And that's important because we have about 40% still green cover, if you look at the satellite picture, which is unprecedented for a city of our size. And those of you who have been to Singapore know that the roads and expressways are lined with trees, and the green plan is for sustainability, carbon emissions, but also to bring temperatures down in tropical Singapore. It's been shown that if you have a tree and tree cover, it brings down the temperature on the floor by 2-3 degrees easily. Right? But the green plan is also integrated as a system into what I call the National Health Plan. We have parks all around Singapore. Why? Because we need to make sure that people stay healthy. Our definition of healthcare is not just making sure we take care of you after you've fallen sick, but to try to be preventive about it. So people are encouraged to exercise, go to the parks, and that's where smart technology comes in again. About 4 or 5 years ago, they started giving out these paces that you can wear on your hand. And if you take 10,000 steps a day, 3 days in a row, you can upload this to the Health Promotion Board and you get some vouchers for it. It was so popular that now they've actually toned down the quantum of the vouchers, but it's still very popular. And you know, some people cheat by shaking the pacer with their hands. But the important thing is people are more healthy, right? And as a result of that, right, they can go to the parks, they've got a sensor. The green plan is also integrated with the blue plan, which is with the waterways. Why is that important? Because if you have a park and you have water, people are more likely to exercise. They find the environment livable. But the blue plan is also integrated into the national water strategy. We are trying to be self-sufficient in water because water is a security issue for Singapore. So how do we do this? We try to make sure that we have collected all our waters into our reservoirs. We monitor whether there's water leakage using sensors. We have used membranes developed in Europe, right, to try to clean our water. So now our water all recycled. All the water that we use goes into recycling. It's cleaned to a standard that's even higher than the tap water and then pumped back to the reservoirs to be then treated again to be sent out. And we're about 70-80%. By 2060, we should be 100% self-sufficient if need be. Right? The water, the green plan and the blue plan are also integrated with the housing plan because I said it needs to be livable. So we built estates beside water and parks so that people exercise, they can live in place, age in place, they can have healthy places to go to. And then all the houses are increasingly being equipped with sensors to save energy when nobody's using, say, that particular pathway. We also have sensors in homes for the elderly so that if anything happens, they can alert, people can be alerted, healthcare services can be alerted to go take care of them. And then just to bring it back up to the macro level, the housing strategy is part of a social strategy. We were a nation of immigrants, and so giving people public housing, about 80-90% of our population stay in public housing, of which 90% own their own houses, and this is high-quality public housing. Right? It's part of the idea of giving immigrants a stick in the country. Right? And now it's become a defining feature of living in Singapore. So I've gone from the tree to public housing. Throughout, you've seen the use of smart technologies to solve some of our problems, but also the integration with other policies, other strategies, other technologies to try to bring about a livable and a more secure city.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you allow me, this is a stark difference between the European culture and the Singaporean, let's say, about how people perceive their data protection, because this is a lot of data. It's big data on, you know, with sensors on the hand, on the trees, on the houses, and the outcome, if it's processed ethically, it's great. You know, it leads to a more healthy population, better management systems, and so on. But I want to really ask a question, if this is allowed by the moderator. Please. How do people perceive this giving away of their personal data through all the sensors?
Yeah, so I think there are 3 parts that we need to think about here. One is there has always been a high trust between the government and the people. And that was because the government has always delivered on economic, social outcomes. And I think that level of trust remains high. If you look at some of the trust barometers by Edelman and all, remains very high. And I think that's an important part of that. Secondly, just because we started that way doesn't mean we're going to stay that way. So in the last 10 years, we've put in place things like the Personal Data Protection Act that increasingly protects the privacy of individuals, right? So the data, for example, may be collected, but it may not be stored. So an example would be during COVID, we had to check in where we were, just so that if you are contact tracing, it can be found. The government just announced that all the data will now be destroyed, because we don't need it anymore. And so that sense of trust needs to be restored. There was one small little wrinkle where, coincidentally, around that time, one piece of data was used to identify and used in a criminal case. It so happened that the data was useful for that. And when it emerged that the government had used it, there was a big uproar in the population that you were not level with us. And there was a parliamentary statement about this. So accountability and transparency becomes important. And I think the third thing that remains important, I think we just get better and better. One of the things I want to point out with generative AI is we do quite a bit of future work in my research institute and in the university. And I think some technologies, you sort of have to learn what to do, how to regulate, how to protect by actually doing it first. And I think some of that needs to be acknowledged, that as we move into this new field where a lot more data, a lot more unknown, a lot more network effects, a lot more unexpected consequences, we may have to take a bit of chance with doing first to learn so that we can actually regulate better. And I think that's the philosophy we're taking within our schools, with how we use generative AI in education, but also in the research that we do, and also more broadly in government services. So just to give you an example, for me to use generative AI in my piece of research, I just had to write to the research office for approval, and I had to explain why, right? And so there are some checks and balances. All it meant was just 2 days, right, for me to get the approvals. And so speed is not compromised to any big way, but doing it so that we could explain to the research office why we are doing it gave them the assurance that we were clear about why we're trying to do it, and we were taking the necessary risk measures.
I'll give a floor for a quick comment to Zsuzsa before then wrapping up the panel questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back to your question because Singapore's example is similar to Taiwan's experience in terms of how can governments do what Singapore has done. And the key to that is really trust. And how do you build trust? So I can give you the example of Taiwan's efforts of building trust is transparency. And I said that before, I know, but it's through the example of COVID, for example, right? It started, and every day for, I don't know, 2 years, 2.5 years, perhaps not quite 2.5 years, but there was a daily press conference that the government held to inform the people about the situation in the country, outside the country, and that created, this contributed to strengthening people's trust. It's really the concept of radical transparency. I mean, the picture, you're shaking your head, the picture is not as simple as...
No, I still remember the day, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I still remember the days when we had the daily conferences, the daily press conferences in Europe, with the people getting the COVID.
So
this was the main reason for the public reactions here in Europe. I'll give you one little example and then I will stop. We're experimenting with AI systems for finding wildfires in the forests. Okay, so we're adding AI systems on cameras that are just on forests, and we're experimenting with smoke detection. Okay, to create a model that will work and will not give false alarms. People are reacting because they say, "What if I take a walk in the park? I take a walk in the forest and you have me on camera. I'm not giving you I'm not allowing you to use this data." This is Europe.
No, I understand. I am from Europe myself. So the good thing is that we can discuss different experiences, but the point is that part of this process is creating that trust through radical transparency, as I said, and that is also in the given context. So what we can learn from Taiwan is not to look at Taiwan as a model that we will create. It's an inspiration. So when I share Taiwan's experience as a non-Taiwanese, but who has spent time there, for me, it's inspiring to know and to be in a society that trusts the hierarchy, that has proven that the data that they collect is not being stored beyond a month that they have promised to do. And that was the exact same thing with the masks and creating maps with the participation of civil society. So it takes more than trust, but I think what we can we have to keep in mind is that there's different experiences, and Taiwan and Singapore might share a lot in terms of the approach, but they're different, right? So what works in Taiwan might not work the same way in Singapore, and definitely doesn't work in Europe.
So let's include also, this is a very interesting debate we've just started, let's include our audience as well. I will ask our colleagues now with microphones. You can raise your hands, this is your moment, so please introduce yourself. First, state clearly the question, and then afterwards, if you have any comments that you would like to add, but please first be clear and state the precise question. So the floor is open. Yes, there is one question there, and then we'll take 1-2 questions.
So my question is for Ivan, and you spoke about the screening of the Chinese investments in Europe, and I just want to know if the screening is implemented at the European level, or is it implemented by member states?
Yes.
Yes, on the European level. Actually, there was 1-year ban on Chinese infrastructure on European level and recommendation for member states, but screening is done on the European level.
Mm-hmm. Then we have here the second question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the panelists. I want to share one very sort of funny incident happened in Taiwan last month, just right before the election, because I'm Taiwanese and I was there. And I think it was the 5th or 6th of January, China launched the Einstein probe, this rocket. It was actually a cooperation project with the European Space Agency. And it flew past the airspace of Taiwan. It caused a national alert. It literally caused, like, I guess you have get it like earthquake or these natural disaster that you will receive the text saying this is an alert. And in January there was an alert. They thought it was a missile attack from China, literally.
And the question is?
And the question is, I want to see how Europeans see this. Like, if we are doing like technological cooperation with not just China in general, Asian country, but you think about this might have geopolitical implication, which is not seen in the first hand. And how do you deal with this kind of issues? You know.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Maybe José will answer it later. There is another question here, so please introduce yourself and.
Yes. My name is Vasilis Kesidis. I would do a very generic question, but I am very much interested on that. I would like to hear about if we trust digital diplomacy. I mean, we are all relieved that the priorities of the member states is the routine facilitation of procedures, as the minister said, for starting a business or stuff of the quotidianity. But I would like to hear if there are trustable ways of collaborating on digital diplomacy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, we'll take one more question because we have time, and then we'll move forward with answers. From the gentleman in the back. Yeah. Yes, please.
Hello, Professor Linson. My short question, I'm very much interested in what Poland is doing. I'm responsible for the New Capacity Building Program, which is concentrates on World Society Wellbeing Quality of Life Program. The issue is definitely trust. How would you suggest to recover lost trust? Mm-hmm. Because it's all very well to speak of transparency, but if this comes from an institution that has lost the citizens' trust, it won't work.
Mm-hmm. Let's take this question because it caused the most reactions. Ivan?
May I start?
Yes.
Just from the last one. I would add one word to the trust, and this is discipline. I think this is something also what differs Asian people from Europeans. So there is a different level of discipline as well. So this is trust and discipline to the points of what we discussed. So digital diplomacy, yes, definitely. There is a lot of potential for that. So there is new room for opportunities to develop all the relations. Barriers are moving, and particularly talking about Taiwan, for example, because we don't have diplomatic relations, there is not only room for digital diplomacy, but also for parliamentary diplomacy. Basically, parliament replaces official diplomatic ties, so there is definitely a lot of opportunities.
King, your insights on the...
Yes, I think maybe as my quick answer to that, without giving specific examples, because it might give away too many confidential pieces of information, it's not like everything in Singapore is flawless. There have been mistakes made. But what matters to the population is not whether you got the answer right the first time round or the policy right the first time round, but what you do when you actually got it wrong. And the recovery process, knowing how to deal with something that's gone wrong, can instill as much trust and confidence as getting it right the first time round. And I think that's a useful policy and useful principle to think of.
Mm-hmm. Konstantinos, your efforts on digital diplomacy, you as Deputy Minister?
Yes, just let me answer also to a couple of questions. On our first friend over there, there is screening on Chinese investments, also the national level. There's this thing called high-risk vendor list that every nation, that every government needs to draft. This is a European obligation. And then, you know, there's national law that requires certain rules of transparency from companies that want to invest in your country. And then this can be more relaxed in some countries and stricter in other countries. But there is also national screening. This adds up to the EU screening that our MEP just mentioned. Vasily, digital diplomacy is something that you know, is very general. It sounds something very nice. Of course, it can be part of a larger scheme of diplomacy and of geopolitical relations. In my opinion, the more we witness technological advancements across the board, across certain levels of government, the more important it will be for diplomatic relations across countries. We have major conflicts at the EU, US, or EU-China levels in terms of digital matters, in terms of cybersecurity, cyber attacks, in terms of hardware. We have a big problem with the 5G networks. You know about this. We have now rules in the European Union about AI, I mentioned before. So digital diplomacy is something that needs to be more clarified about its objectives. Now on trust, there's no magic solution about trust, my friend. If you want to have a democracy, and we do want to have democracies, well-functioning democracies in Europe, then what you need is accountability. But you cannot force citizens to believe what you say. You know, there is media freedom, there is elections every 4 years, there is freedom of speech, so everyone, you can do perfect work as a government, but if the media and the citizens want to believe in something else, they're free to do so, and this is how democracies work. So trust cannot be forced. I agree with my friend right here that accountability on certain issues, you know, small steps, small moves that create more transparency on issues that perhaps play out in the media more than others, could be a way. But there's no magic solution to building trust with the citizens. It has to be a part of a larger strategy that a person that enters into politics or a party, a political party or a government creates through its path over the years.
Mm-hmm. And Georgia, we also had some concerns raised regarding the recent developments in Taiwan and the geopolitical implications, and also the there is nothing in place to have parliamentary diplomacy, as MEP Stefan had said, with Taiwan.
Right, so the question of geopolitical risk will always be there. So what we need to do is to understand the complexity of cross-strait relations, and I think Europe lacks competence, China and Taiwan competence, so I think conferences like this definitely help, but I think there needs to be a more strategic approach towards Taiwan to understand that complexity, but also Taiwan needs to do its own parts vis-a-vis Europe, and so that's where both can exercise agency. And I think we've shifted the mindset that Taiwan is no longer just a victim of Chinese aggression, but Taiwan is a member and the advanced economy in its own right. So that's one point. On the question of trust, I mean, I think, again, I don't want to repeat myself, but I think the example of Taiwan shows that it can work, right? So it's not being unrealistic, and it's obviously, trust doesn't come by itself. You earn the trust of the people if you include the people in policy making. And that's exactly what Taiwan has built up in 20, 30 years with the use of technology. So there's plenty of platforms that allow Taiwanese citizens to put forward initiatives that the government then is obliged to start a conversation on. So I think this two-way trust is possible, but there's a lot of factors that play a role. And I think, again, what we have to learn from is to first understand what and why this works in a different context. And the cultural differences will be there, but they're not to be dismissed, but embraced. So that's more of a positive note, perhaps.
Thank you very much. If there is one last burning question, we will take it. If not...
Oh, this one.
Okay, sorry. The first one, I didn't see you. So this will be the last question. Yes. So please introduce yourself and your question.
Yeah, thank you. Sometimes sitting on the first row is not an advantage, clearly. So my name is Jacob Nielsen. I'm Danish, based in Brussels, but I also happen to have the pleasure of chairing and co-owning an IT company in Southeast Asia, headquartered in Singapore, in Little India, but spread all over Southeast Asia. We have around 500 headcount all together. There's clearly a lot Europe and Asia can learn from each other when we are talking digital and innovation. That's clear from all of you. But I think to come back to our moderator's excellent first question is, what forum should we use? What platform should we use? We've been using free trade agreements. Ken, you were alluding to the EU-Singapore one, which has been in place now, but it's an unwieldy instrument. We're finding them hard to ratify. The China one died just before it was practically signed. The EU-India one has been underway for many, many years and will be underway for a lot of years to come before it's concluded. So FTAs might not be the only ideal instrument for these sort of things. On the other hand, on trade and technology councils, which was sort of the latest innovation from the European Commission side, we've done one with the US, we've done one with India, but when the Japanese came and asked, we said no.
I'm really sorry, I have here the
yeah, no,
time,
but that's basically
clicking.
so. What is the actual sort of best model? What's the best platform for us to work together? We clearly have a lot to gain from it, especially also in terms of de-risking the region as a whole.
So final sentence. Let's see if we have a consensus.
Well, I think there's a multitude of platforms, and I think we will have to carry on strengthening these different platforms. So there's the like-minded countries already strengthening their cooperation within ASEAN, and there are platforms that allow Taiwan's participation. So I think this is going to be subnational diplomacy oftentimes. I mean, parliamentary diplomacy allows that, and there's just a complex web of dialogues that are ongoing. So I think that's the way forward.
MEP Stefanec?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, free trade agreement with South Korea was the first one. It was very successful, the issue. With Japan also it helped a lot. I would not be afraid to make a separate FTA with Taiwan as well. We know the political constraints, but with Taiwan there is a lot of opportunities. I think, I was in Taiwan recently, it was just 2 months before, and we discussed with European representatives there this point, what we can do more. And they said that they would not need for trade development, because EU is the largest investor in Taiwan. They would not need a separate, let's say, protection, but it would be a signal for more cooperation. It would be a strong signal for others. So I would not give up. I think for EU-Taiwanese relations, we can still work on some framework which can be developed, which can be win-win solutions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to conclude this third panel of the Global Synergy Conference titled Innovation and Technology as a Driver of EU-Asia Relations. Thank you to our panelists, and I will invite my colleague Theo now to take the stage.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our panelists for their contributions. Thank you all for your questions. We're now going to take a short 30-minute break, have some coffee back here at 4 o'clock for the final panel. Moving to Latin America this time, EU Latin America partnering up with Mercosur. See you all then.
How do I deal with what I'm feeling? Maybe I just don't. What you're doing, I'm in ruins, all alone. I'm all alone, and I know nothing I do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Deal with the feelings I feel when you come near me. All I can see is you and me together, building a future forever, loving till eternity. I see you. Can't you see what you're doing to me? The way you got me, baby, it's like I can't even breathe. You're all that I need, and I know nothing I do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. And maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall in love. I'm ready to go. Today I woke up feeling pretty good and feeling like I should go out on a run. Don't know where, I don't care. Put my headphones on and played my favorite song and drifted off to a different space. A different time and place. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready, I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Not today. Not today. Today I woke up, skies are looking gray and I just wanna stay in bed all day. Then I pretend the sun is shining and butterflies are flying over my head. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready, I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today.
This time is the perfect summer night. And those three words are spelled out in your eyes. But before I go on, say something wrong. I just hope I'm by my tongue. Cause you've been told too many times before. Yeah, you've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say that I love you. When the line between us just fades and blurs. That's the time when we just don't need more words. Cause you've been told too many times before. You've been told so many times before. So I'm gonna try with something new. And I'll never say that
been taking mornings slowly, waking up with the sweet sound of the birds, reading books and sipping coffee. I forgot how much I love getting lost in words. Well, it took us a while to get here. It took the world falling apart, but maybe we needed to take a step back to remember how lucky we are. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight that's keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. Spend our evenings telling stories and playing games like we're all kids again. Sitting on the front porch laughing, it's gotta be the finest medicine. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight that's keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long. This long. It's like time is falling asleep in the afternoon, sunlight is keeping us warm. Against our will, we're finally sitting still and savoring the days before they're gone. I wonder how it took us this long. This long. Waiting, patient, only thing that I've never been good at. No, no, chasing ways to have it to myself just like I should, yeah. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body, turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't fight you. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning round your bedroom. Touch me like the sun touches the morning. Yeah, yeah, wind me up one look and you can read me like a story. Controlling all of my thoughts, I want you on my body, turning me on, baby, you know you got me. Got me tripping over all of these lines, I can't lie, yeah. I'm spinning down, head over my heart, turning inside out. Love me in the dark, looking at you now. I can't get enough when you touch me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it. Boy, you got me spinning. Bow my head, around my bed, do it to me like that. Stick around, swear when we're together, heaven's on the ground. I'll do this forever, looking at you now. I can't get enough, I don't know how you did it, boy, you got me spinning. I used to stick around, definitely not for too long. But boy, you got me hooked and made me wanna write this song. Thought all guys are the same, apparently I was wrong. Let me take you somewhere where we could be alone. You know how people say it caught me unexpected. Well, I really wasn't prepared for all of this love and affection. Normally I would be scared, but I'm aware that you're special. So let me take us somewhere where we could be alone. When I look at you, I see a pretty picture. You're the sun, I'm the sky, and we're so complete. Let me water you, my flower, I'll teach you how to open up real nice, baby. Why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love and sweet. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. If it's up to me, I won't go to work for a week. No, I won't. Just to stay in bed with you, cuddle and watch TV. Don't care about anything, I know you do the same for me. So let's stay here all day and hide in the sheets. Baby, we deserve a celebration. When we meet, I feel like I'm on vacation. I think I finally found my best friend. Am I tripping or is this for real? Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? Yeah. Let's dive in a pool of love and swim. Yeah. Why don't we give it a go? See, there's nothing in the world like you and me. Ooh, why don't we give it a go? Let's dive in a pool of love. Just a moment ago, been on the perfectly go, kept following birthday view. I'm not told that I'm born to leave and step behind all the things people do as if it's all of mine. Now I want, and isn't it funny to have a walk in sunlight? Then I get them out of my mind. Them all the things I used to do ain't gonna waste my precious time of thinking of what do I do. All trees go blossom, time is flying, days of spring will never come like these. I love the rain, it sounds die.
Welcome back, everyone, for the fourth and final panel of the day, titled EU Latin America, Partnering Up with Mercosur. Our discussants for this last panel are Nicolas Albertoni, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Uruguay, who will be joining us online, Eleonora Catella, the Deputy Director of International Relations for Business Europe, Antonio Lopez Isturiz-White, a member of the European Parliament for Spain and Secretary General of the Centrist Democrat International, and also the Secretary Treasurer of the Martens Center. And finally, Sandra Rios, the Director of the Center for Studies in Integration and Development in Brazil. The panel is moderated by Luis Blanco, the General Coordinator of the Centrist Democrat International. The panel will last 1 hour, and we also have a cocktail reception planned at 5:15. Thank you. Enjoy.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this last panel on EU relations or the partnership between European Union and Latin America, specifically with Mercosur. Let's first thank the Martens Center for supporting us. Martens Center has been one of the few organizations here in Brussels that has been dealing with Latin America, which is a pity. But thank you, the Martens Center, for bringing this topic. And also on behalf of the Centrist Democrat International, thank you for having us. It's a very good cooperation that we have been establishing in the last years also with the Martens Center. So, we have already presented our speakers. Also from Uruguay, we are connected. As you know, in the last days, weeks, I even would say months, let's say the headlines about the relations between the European Union and Mercosur are not necessarily the most positive one. In the last weeks also with the protests from the farmers, again, the topic came to the headlines. And let's say that there is not a very positive atmosphere regarding the future of this agreement. If you allow me, I will just do a very short recap because not necessarily we know if people are, used or know the history of these relations, European Union, Mercosur. So allow me to, just in 2 minutes, to do a very short recap so that you can understand where we are and what we are discussing today. As you know, the Mercosur, the common market of the southern countries in South America, was established in 1991 among Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Paraguay. And since the beginning, the relationship with the European Union was very, very positive, and the cooperation has been very positive. In 1999, so I was a teenager, they decided to start negotiating an association agreement. Fast forward to 2019, suddenly everybody's caught by surprise, because finally we have positive news. We reach an agreement in principle negotiated by the European Commission with the Mercosur counterparts, but an agreement in principle of the chapter on trade. And surprisingly, suddenly, a tsunami of rejections. All the comments from member states, from lobby organizations, everybody were suddenly very critical of the agreement. 1 month after this announcement, for example, the Irish Parliament passed a motion saying that they would not accept this agreement. President of France, Macron, also made very big announcements that he did not see the future of this agreement, also during his very strong dispute with President Bolsonaro in Brazil. The Walloon Parliament here in Belgium and other countries like Austria also followed suit. The negotiations kept going. In 2020, there is the announcement that an agreement of the partnership and cooperation pillar is achieved. And suddenly, then other countries also start to showing their, let's say, doubts about the agreement. Even Germany, which was a country very supportive of the agreement, starts, showing some doubts. Also the Polish, also in the Netherlands. And suddenly we start a hiatus where for the next 2 years, nothing's going to happen too much. They will start this legal scrubbing and the translation that takes longer than the negotiation of the Brexit deal, and we don't hear anything again about the Mercosur deal. Then suddenly, we have our wake-up call, the war in Ukraine, the illegal Russian invasion, and suddenly, again, it seems that the topic pops up again. We realize that our geopolitical interest is to strengthen our relationships around the globe. The European Commission starts working very strongly to reactivate this agreement, and these negotiations resume. But still a lot of doubts and concerns about this agreement. Some of them relating to the climate concerns, some of them relating to the impact of some products the trade liberalization would have in some countries. So it's decided that we need an interpretative protocol to this agreement that would maybe clarify some elements which were not clear. In 2023, last year, this agreement is leaked to the press. And again, all lobby organizations come, and start saying that this is not doable, it's not enough, we are not going to make it. But we have some positive news from Latin America, some optimism because President Lula comes, he's not Jair Bolsonaro, so maybe we can talk to him. And he comes with an agenda saying that in the near future we will have an agreement. Everybody's expecting that during the Spanish presidency, during the EU Select meeting that took place in July last year, we might have some announcement. This never happens. And then pressure mounts from the Mercosur side. The new president of the temporary presidency of Mercosur, newly elected president of Paraguay, Santi Peña, says that if we don't have an agreement by December, it's over. But then the deadline expires. We keep negotiating. And now negotiations are still taking place, the rounds of negotiation. But some weeks ago, as the farmers' protests emerged, again, some voices against the agreement are emerging. So this is where we are, let's say in Europe, in a very difficult atmosphere for this agreement. But now let's listen to our speakers. We have here our Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs from Uruguay, Nicolás Albertoni. I would ask him first how he sees the current scenario. As you know, Uruguay has been one of the key players that has been pushing for several years, President Lacalle Pou in Uruguay pushing for this deal to be, reached. So, Deputy Minister, please tell us, how do you see the current scenario? How do you see the hope that we might have a deal? Please.
Hello, Luis. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. So thank you so much for this time to have this great conversation. And it is very important for the two regions. Beyond all the specific features we're going to talk about in these few minutes, and please let me know that the minutes we have to talk, I'm happy to pause in any time, and then we can continue the conversation, through questions if you have. But first of all, I think we are in a very important situation between our regions, because once again, I think it's important to sometimes in a time, to have this bilateral and bi-regional conversation is very productive for both of us to sort of, sometimes refresh the agenda of two very important regions in the world. I would like to say hi to the rest of the panel. I have very good friends there, and I would love to be there with you guys. But of course, indeed, this is a very important day because we have at 5 p.m. in Uruguay time, we have, again, because the negotiation and the conversation are still going on, we have, again, intra-Mercosur negotiators and conversation at 5 p.m. And probably next week, we're going to have a conversation between our counterparts in Europe. So still, we have some moves between the two regions, although your summary, Luis, was great. I think I don't have nothing to say in terms of, the summary and how were, the different steps we have already in this short history or long history, given that, we started this conversation 20 years ago. But in this refresh of the conversation, I think we have, and you very clearly, defined the different steps we were through. I would like to say, first of all, that we achieved in this last refresh of the conversation a very good position between our two regions to show that both of us, in a context of high uncertainty, in a context of high protectionism around the world, and also in a context of high interconnectivity in terms of trade and economics, and we are in a very similar position. And I would like to highlight the positive side of the story and not just the negative side, because we have so many things to say on the negative side, but let's start thinking, about the positive side. And the main outcome of this refresh of the conversation in the last year, because it was like almost 2 years that we were sort of refreshing this conversation, we can see that we are in similar positions of the perspective of the world. Because what we see now in terms of the limitation to conclude the agreement, indeed we could say that it's granular, given the big agreement we have in front of us. Of course, we know, and with Sandra, we studied about this and many times ago, how the different positions of different sectors would have a very important role in this context. From a Latin American perspective, we would like to say that all the rejections we have seen, of some of the countries, it's a problem, but not that much, because our main interlocutor, our main counterpart, is the Commission that has the mandate of negotiate agreements. So it's here in Latin America and Mercosur, we also have some rejections of some sectors talking about the agreement. But anyway, we continue the negotiations. Our part of the negotiation in Mercosur is different because we don't have a common commission negotiating and having the voice of the 4 countries. The 4 of us have negotiators, and during the process. But in the case of the European Union, we know that the Commission and there's negotiators that are our key counterpart. Because it's unimaginable to see, it's something that we could expect in a process that, given that we are talking about 27 countries, some of you guys would have some rejections in this process. So I would like to highlight all the rejections. That is something that we could expect in this process. But at the level of the main counterpart, that is the European Union, we think that the main outcome is that in this refresh of the negotiation, we are in a very similar position of the perspective of the world in terms of trade and economics. That's the first thing I would like to say. Thank you, Luis, to mention that Uruguay, since the beginning, was a key defender of the agreement. We said when the press asked me, when are you expecting to conclude the agreement? I said, yesterday. We are prepared to conclude the agreement literally yesterday. We think that there is not much to add to the text we have already. And also from a perspective from Uruguay, and when we talk about environmental issues, tell me, and I would like to say that, we are, and of course, it's, putting in context, we are ready to or help many European countries, given that we are talking in my country of 96% of the energy in my country is renewable of the system. So it's not a problem for us talking about environmental issues. Indeed, we are a big defender of that agenda around the world. We know that the European Commission, European Union in general, is expecting to have the Paris Agreement as an essential element of the text, something we are open to that consideration. We know that deforestation was the key sort of topic in this last part of the negotiation, but to say the truth, sometimes these big titles ending up to be excuses, not from the European side, but from both sides of the sectors that are pushing to limit the agreement, because in the end we know that we are in a very common position in terms of deforestation. How important it is for, I'm not talking from another government right now, but we know that Brazil, this is, and Sandra could tell more about this, how important is this agenda, and in terms of the deforestation and all what we know that happened in the past time in Brazil in terms of deforestation. So we know that there is an openness to solve these problems we have, and that indeed I will not talk about problems because, considering the big agreement we have in front of us, there are minimum things.
Deputy Minister, maybe you could have 30 seconds just to conclude because we need to advance. Yes.
Please. And what we need to the last, at least to track that elements, the political, substance, and it's, I think, in the political arena, not more in the political and neutral side, because we are convinced and we are very close to concrete agreement. And one last 30 seconds. I would like to say that we normally talk about the trade effects of this, but we have to start considering the geopolitical effect of non-signing the agreement in this context. We are in front of a very uncertain time, and 2 very good friends regions that after 20 years are not concluding the agreement, let me tell you that it's a big negative side for the rest of the world.
Thank you very much. So sort of optimism that we might, if we keep pushing, we might get somewhere. Just a small note reminding everyone that when the agreement was reached in principle in 2019, there was already a trade and sustainability chapter inside the agreement. So that also asked the countries to, let's say, to adapt and to respect the Paris Climate Agreement. So it is there from the beginning. But now, kind of optimistic that we can keep working. There are some positive signs as well. Eleonor Catella from Business Europe. How does, let's say, the European business sector sees the agreement? As you know, it's been a rough path, 25 years. Reminding also everyone that in 2019, when the agreement was reached in principle, and then suddenly there was major rejection of the agreement, at the same time, the European Union signed an agreement with Vietnam. And there was no rejection whatsoever. You know, that we had an agreement with a communist single-party country. No rejection whatsoever. But Mercosur, suddenly, for climate concerns, that was an issue. So, Eleonora Catella, how do you see from the business perspective, how do you assess the situation? Is the agreement, let's say, positive for the business companies, for the business sector in Europe? How do you assess it, please?
In a very positive way. That's the very short answer. It was interesting for me to listen to the ups and downs in the negotiation process that you have highlighted at the beginning throughout the 25 years. The business community has always consistently supported this agreement. And I remember when, at some point, the negotiations restarted after a moment of stall, let's say in 2016, 2017, and some of our members were just asking themselves, is this too good to be true? Are we really restarting? Because they all really wanted it. We have a very consensual position on this from member federations, both in southern countries, those that have stronger cultural, historical relationships with the 4 countries of Mercosur, but also from the Nordic countries. I'm thinking of Sweden, Denmark. We see 3 main benefits in the agreement: the economic value of the agreement itself, the geopolitical aspect, as also the Deputy Minister has highlighted, and the sustainability perspective. So in terms of economic, this is the biggest agreement that the EU has been this close to see concluded. We have 2 big blocks. We have 260 million in market in the Mercosur country. So it's a big market. It's a market with a lot of potential, and it's a very close market if you consider a lot of sectors that are important for the economy. You have high tariff peaks that go up to 35% in consumer products, also in pharmaceuticals in some cases. You have difficult custom procedures, rules, transparency. There are a lot of aspects that can be improved with an agreement in place. Public procurement opportunities. Throughout the agreement, you have chapters that would unlock benefits for European companies, even though we already have a presence in the region, because this is something that people say, well, you're already there. Yes, but the untapped potential is huge. And it's something that we wouldn't have the possibility to unlock in a different way than with an agreement.
And very quick follow-up question then. So what's happening in Ireland, in Germany, in France, in Poland, in the Netherlands? Why is this business sector not saying this or failing to communicate this?
Sometimes you have domestic policies and the fact that so internal reasons business have a problem in presenting this as the priority it is, because they don't want to have a backlash. They don't want to spend too much political capital on this. So they are afraid of possible consequences, but they are also now stepping up, I think, because they see the danger of not speaking enough in favor and not having very clear what the benefits actually would be. So it's true that with any trade agreement, you need to achieve the right balance for different sectors. It's true that in Europe we have sensitivities. These have to be recognized and addressed whenever possible. But at the same time, an agreement is typically something where you have benefits in every one of these economic sectors and in every member state. So you need to achieve that balance in order to have the support of the agreement. So within each sector, you need to see, even the automotive sector, for example, they have very long phase-out plan. That is not what we ideally would go for from a business perspective. But yet, there are other advantages that make the balance tilt in favor of a support for the agreement. And that you can see in every sector. Something is not ideal, something else makes it very attractive. The overall balance of this agreement is very, very positive. Going to the geopolitical aspect, this is also something that we are very mindful of, because competitiveness is not at the forefront of the preoccupations at the moment in the European Union. We would like to see this much more present. We are behind. We are exposed to competition, very fierce competition from other economies that are subsidizing their economy, some very unfair practices, or in other cases, a more easy way to support their economy through incentives, something that it's more difficult to achieve in the European Union. When we talk about open strategic autonomy, we forget that we depend as an economic bloc on imports, so we can't close ourselves off, because otherwise we can't sustain our digital transition, our green transition. We need inputs, we need imports. Sometimes we think of free trade agreements just for the exports. That's really not the case. We also need imports at a sustainable price, and we need options for exports, for our market access. This has been very painfully exposed during the COVID crisis. And you said wake-up call. Indeed, these are things that have been very, very evident with the recent crisis. How many dependencies do we have? And the real strategy to address these is diversification. I will stop here.
Thank you. So now from Brazil, Sandra Rios. Brazil is one of the key players here, one of those who can really push for the agreement to really reach to a final positive conclusion. President Lula, from the beginning of his third mandate, has been saying that we are going for it. At the meantime, he made some trips to China to put some pressure, saying that we still prioritize the relationship with the European Union, but if that doesn't happen, maybe we have other options. What's the thinking in Brasilia at this moment? How do you see, what's the perspective?
Well, thank you very much, Luis. Thank you for remembering to invite me to this panel. Thank you to the Martens Center for having me here. I would remember that during the campaign, Lula made some critical comments on these negotiations, mentioning that maybe it would jeopardize the reindustrialization, or the new industrialization, as they like to call it in Brazil right now, and that the agreement would leave lack of policy space for using existing government procurement as an instrument of industrial policy. He also complained that Europe was willing to negotiate an additional agreement on trade and sustainable development, and his election would be sufficient to guarantee that the protection of Amazonia would be back, and he had already done it before, so he would do it again. We would recover deforestation combat commitments. So there is this kind of critical approach to the negotiations. But I guess that President Lula is a very pragmatic character, and since the beginning of his government, he decided to continue negotiations. He asked his team to make specific demands on government procurement, some adjustments. I guess that nothing that could not be negotiated. At the same time, I guess that there was a better understanding of the additional instrument that Europe was proposing, and I must say that I don't see anything so complicated in that additional instrument. It's just a clarification of the trade and development chapter Trade and Sustainable Development chapter of the agreement that was already negotiated. So I guess that there is a kind of cooperative mood in the Brazilian government regarding the negotiations. And the second point related to business. In the beginning of these negotiations, the late 90s, we saw the Brazilian industry a kind of reluctant regarding this negotiation, kind of concerned about the risks of competition, of opening the domestic market to European companies, and on the other hand, the agribusiness sector very enthusiastic about these negotiations. What happened during these 20-something years was that agribusiness is oriented to the Asian markets. It's not very much concerned about these negotiations because we are speaking of some quotas that are not so relevant for the Mercosur commodity exporters or meat exporters and so on. Mercosur already exports more than the quotas that were offered, so in terms of quantities, this agreement won't mean nothing very special. But on the other side, Brazilian industry began to be interested in this agreement. And I guess that this is due to the fact that Brazilian industry sees this agreement as a gateway to a better international integration of Brazil. Brazil, as you know, is a very closed economy. Leonora has already mentioned some of the figures of our tariffs and, well, have non-tariff issues as well. And these negotiations would open a way to the opening up of the Brazilian economy with a partner that is very complementary to the Brazilian economic structure.
If I may ask, is it a priority? Or if it doesn't happen, it's not an issue?
No.
How is the mentality?
I would say that it is a priority. It is as a priority that the National Confederation of Industry puts it in all its documents, etc. It's not that if it doesn't happen, a big problem will happen in Brazil. It's just an opportunity that is lost. But as you mentioned, China, there is no support in Brazil to any trade negotiations with China, because there is this feeling that we would not be able, Brazilian industry would not be able to compete with China. This is a matter of discussion between Brazil and Uruguay that has already announced its intention to negotiate with China. I have my own views on that. I think that Uruguay should be free to negotiate its own agreements due to the fact that we have not been able to show results in these free trade negotiations, but this is my own opinion.
Thank you very much. So you brought up China. Now I ask Mr. Lopez Isturiz. Tono, if you may, for many years as Secretary General of the EPP, you have been bringing this topic, you know, the geopolitical vision. Latin America, all Latin American countries have as their main trade partners China. As a Secretary General, you have pushed for internal papers in the EPP about the importance of striking trade deals, working closely, for example, with the cabinet of Vice President of the Commission, Dombrovskis. But you also are a very straightforward man, and you can feel the atmosphere. How do you see this agreement? Is it going to take place? Is it good for Europe at this moment? Please, enlighten us.
My words of frustration that you will hear come from the fact that I started even before that. In 1999, while you were a teenager, not me, I was already 29, I was assistant to the Prime Minister of Spain, José María Aznar, and it was the first priority. You have to understand, many of you, that Spanish MEPs and Portuguese MEPs are very dedicated to this, and they're always in the European Parliament trying to help in this matter. It's normal. The French have, they speak more about Africa. The Germans, they speak about everything. The Italians also about Africa, But there is this, let's say, and the Spanish and Portuguese, we are very dedicated for obvious historical reasons, nothing to do with post-colonialism and nothing about that. The difference at that time, in 1999, when all started, is that we had the so-called Ibero-American meetings between Portugal, Spain, and the Latin American countries. And there was big cohesion in the decision-making. And that was very helpful. Today is not the case. Today, unfortunately, like everywhere else, no one is safe. It's all about populism, ideology, headlines. Everything is about now, not in 1 year, but today. In this panorama, let me say that as a politician, I would not survive if I'm not optimist. So I share your optimism. I will never cease to have it, but we are confronted with a very difficult scenario. Again, I don't know what forces behind are operating to dissolve this much-needed agreement for Europe. Still, there are some Europeans that they think that, we own the world, that we are the center of the world. Still, they have not understood that we are not. That we are an economical power, but we are not at the center of things. And many Europeans, still we don't understand this. And we are letting now escape the opportunity to have the whole Latin American, it's not only about Mercosur, but there's the deal with Mercosur is a sign for the whole continent. So, guys, you prefer, it's easier to go with China. Why? Well, because of climate change, because Monsieur Macron is not happy, because, there is a extreme right or whatever, populist in Brazil, and then now it's in Argentina. And what about you, Monsieur Macron? Who is going to substitute you if you continue like this? Madame Le Pen. Then to whom you are going to give lessons? Now we are all crying, the extreme right is rising. The extreme right is coming to the European Parliament. And no one is doing the question. Why? Because there's no leadership. Because there's no leadership to take decisions like this. This action with Mercosur needs leadership. And there are no leaders around, I'm sorry to say. Monsieur Mitterrand, Helmut Kohl, Angela Merkel, it's over. The panorama today is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. I have the optimism that they tell me that when you reach bottom, leadership appears. Okay, it seems that still we have not found this bottom, but it's better soon to arrive. Because if not, we are losing billions in taxes, saving taxes, in enterprises, in business, and nearly for the next 10 years, 1 million jobs. Because in Wallonia, it's not only about farmers. There are enterprises in Wallonia. Big news for the Wallonians, Parliament. There are enterprises there that are making a living out of the commerce with the South American countries. But no one is telling them. This is also part of the problem. No one is explaining to them. If instead of taking the short way, like Macron, and saying no to the enlargement to the Balkans, no to the Mercosur. I remember in the old times, if someone would say that, he will be called an anti-European. But nowadays, he speaks very well, has a fantastic image, What are the problems that have been solved? None. And then you have the results. Wallonia, again, I'm saying, it's not only Wallonia, it's not only Spain, it's Germany, it's France. Everybody has, is going to lose with this. But no one is explaining. Because there is no time, because no one wants to hear explanations. because it's better the headline. It's the 1 minute show. And then, you know, for a traditional, boring politician like me, it's hard to compete with all these crazy guys that I have around now, shouting and having all the headlines in the media. That the Mercosur agreement is going to sack the farming industry in Europe and so on. It's all, it's you know, I mean, I don't know how to say it. No one has explained by the other way. No one has had the courage to explain what are the positive points, benefits, opportunities for us Europeans, which are, by the way, larger than for them. I don't know if the minister is listening. But it's true. But no one has explained.
Thank you, Tono.
People are not guilty, by the way. I'm not saying people are not guilty. It's us. That we are hiding, we are not explaining, and people react that way. And even they vote extreme right. I hope that we have time enough to make them change opinion, and that Macron will go in prime time in French TV also to explain the good things that might come about this. And then for the French people to select clearly what is the option.
Thank you, Tono. And I'll open to questions very soon, 1 minute. Just a very quick follow-up question, Tono. For a long time here in Brussels, people have been saying that even though there is this rejection from the member states, in the parliament, if we would have the agreement today, it would pass. Do you feel that at this moment? Now, how do you see it?
And right now we have elections, Luis, in June. I would try not to have the vote before the elections right now. I can only imagine the debate. Before that, you could imagine my friends from the Greens with their T-shirts and flags. No, we'll have to wait. Okay. If we can, I don't know if we are on time. We have to wait a little bit.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to open to the floor to your questions. Maybe you have some concerns. Please don't be shy. Are there any questions, technical, political, geopolitical, about this topic? Very short comments are possible as well. Any questions? Otherwise, I have some. But please, you have heard enough from me. So please, gentlemen here. Here, the second row.
Thank you very much. I'm Günther Martens. I'm working for a CLEAR team, and we work on a sustainable society for the future. The question here, allow me a short remark, it's just trust. We were talking before, in the panels before, about trust. The whole negotiations, for me as a simple citizen on Mercosur, is completely, intransparent. You are right. We're not getting the real explanations. So how can politicians expect that a simple citizen like me, and believe me, I am now in this year living 20 years in Brussels, and I've been working here in several positions, how can we trust that really what you just said, or what everybody's telling us, and there are hundreds of opinions, how can we continue with that? Thank you.
I think this is a question for Tono. Maybe there are other questions.
That's why we created the Spitzenkandidat. That was a very humble. You will see the connection. What was the Spitzenkandidat about? That is now dead, by the way. It was the procedure. It was a humble approach for the European citizens to, through their political vote, to have an impact in the election of the President of the Commission. Okay, that was the narrative. Very humble, because we were not based in any clear, law, regulation, It was an idea to, let's say, bring political debate. And through the political debate, explain to people. But it's no longer the case. We will have Spitzenkandidaten soon from all the parties. We already have news and so on about it. But it will not be the same. And these are the ones, diplomats and civil servants, that they said no. That they are, they live very well in these negotiations from 6 o'clock in the afternoon to 6 o'clock in the morning in the council, you know, that no one knows anything about, that we only know because afterwards all the prime minister go to press conferences saying how well was the negotiation, no losers, never. And no one knows what's going on. This system, to my humble opinion, cannot be maintained. You're absolutely right. Then suddenly Macron gets out and says, no, the other yes. And what's going on? No one knows. And especially for our colleagues in Latin America, it doesn't give quite a good impression from the Europeans. And our divided opinions about not only Mercosur, about many things.
Thank you, Tono. Peter Heffele has a question.
Yes, this morning we talked about the transatlantic relations and the trade issue. So let's triangulate a bit. I'm very much interested, of course, on the repercussions on the Latin American, North American relations and the wider geopolitical consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Anyone wants to respond to that? I think maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I can take the question. I was highlighting just earlier also the geopolitical aspect and the competition we are exposed to. Even if we consider the critical raw materials, which is, for example, a key aspect of the Net Zero Industry Act and what we are trying to do to boost our industrial basis and to have a stronger and more competitive industry. Chile and Argentina are the second and the fourth producers, and they have the largest reserves in the world of these materials. Where are they going, though, these materials, once they are extracted? All to China for processing. We are talking 42% of the lithium extracted in Argentina goes to China for processing. And the European Union at this time is trying to build partnerships with countries that we don't have an FTA with. That, the agreement with Mercosur would be a way to establish a way to have critical raw materials in Europe, to build sustainable investment there, to help also have a long-term relationship between the two sides. We know that other countries are not interested in a long-term investment that brings benefits also to the recipient countries. So I think there is an opportunity there to develop a mutually beneficial partnership that goes beyond what we have now, that is also beneficial for the European industry in what we want to achieve in terms of green transition and digital transition. And this also helps us establishing a more egalitarian partnership with the United States, for example, and not being only a recipient of a line that is dictated from the United States, but we come from a known position where we have more equal partners, where in terms of economic security or relations vis-à-vis third countries, we are more in a position to debate what is the common interest there. We know that we have also this problem as we go forward in our transatlantic relationship, depending on what files we're discussing. Think of economic security, for example, that is one, or export controls. So I think this building partnerships with like-minded countries, with partners that want to also develop along standards that are higher than we would have otherwise, I think they all have to be pursued given the geopolitical fragmentation and the increasing rivalry that we see at the moment.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Albertoni and also Sandra Hughes, Tono talked a little bit about these mixed signals, you know, and that maybe confuses our partners across the Atlantic and maybe gives a sense of, let's say, frustration. For example, a couple of weeks ago, once Macron came out saying that the agreement was not going to take place, then Vice President Dombrovskis came and said, no, we are still negotiating this. And then suddenly Šefčovič came and said, no, now it's not the time really. So these mixed signals. You came with a positive, let's say, optimistic approach. But it's true that you have given a lot of concessions in this. Is this somehow frustrating for you? And if this doesn't happen, do you think this could have some repercussions for Mercosur, considering that, let's face it, since 1991, in terms of closing trade deals with other blocs and partners, it's been not very efficient, let's say like this. Maybe answer in 2 minutes, if possible.
Yes, very good question, Luis. You know, first of all, I think the mixed messages we heard from Europe is something that, of course, is having some effect in this part of the Atlantic. Because we have, as countries, you know, we have limited time. And when we start talking about China, it's not a threat to Europe. It's because we have limited time, and we have to continue exporting. We have to continue having market access. So if for 20 years, a very good friend, we are sending signals that we want to continue the conversations. And you know, every time is a deja vu that every sort of semester or year, and sort of the similar situation come up is something, of course, frustrating. And I would like to say to the European side, and you know, this like more academic debate conversation we are having, and this is a very, very balanced agreement. Let me tell you the truth, you know, from a Mercosur side, we gave a lot already, and we think that Europe gave a lot. So it's a very balanced agreement. With Sandra, we were studying for so many times in different agreements. And if we see the granular part of this agreement, I would like to really highlight that this is a very balanced agreement. And the worst case scenario, given this like sometimes not clear messages we receive, is that the worst case scenario is not having a text that gives us a framework of how we want to follow these regional relations. Because when Europe, you know, talk about deforestation, okay, the worst case scenario is not having a framework of how we want to work on that problem. And the last thing, coming from the political side, and I will conclude with this, and I would like to say, you know, Antonio, for the words he said, because sometimes, you know, we see in panels colleagues that say things that given the role we have, we could not say the same, you know, from our position. But thank you, Antonio, for the words. And it's interesting to see that from the political side, you know, of Europe, and this is the only thing I will say politically from another side, and we see that always is about like I'm criticizing the agreement, very general. But no one is giving recommendations how we can have a better agreement. This is not the political debate we were looking for, you know, and I would say that in the Mercosur side, it's a matter of a month that most of the parliaments that are waiting to have this signed agreement could be ratified. I would talk this from most of the four of us, for sure my parliament, you know, could be a matter of a month that this could be ratified. So it's really a pity, you know, and in this moment of balance that we are, these mixed messages we have from, I think from the European side, of course, are not helping to have a better and a concluded agreement.
And Sandra, I remember 20 years ago in a conference in Brazil, you were representing the National Conference of Industry in Brazil, and you were saying, 20 years ago, no, we are not achieving anything. This common market idea of Mercosur is not working. Let's become a free trade area and let's drop it. Let's let everyone to negotiate their agreements. In Brazil, do you see this sense of frustration? Because by reading the press in Brazil, it seems that they don't care too much. So please tell us.
You're right. You're right. I guess that that has been my opinion since that time. We were not able to work in the deepening of the customs union of Mercosur. We have lots of flaws related to exceptions in the common external tariffs, special import regimes, and these special import regimes are increasing, not decreasing. So we are an increasingly imperfect customs union with this idea that we have to negotiate in common, in bloc, with other partners. And I guess that the frustration, the Uruguayan frustration with this model is there for a long time. Uruguay is the member that complains about this process. And I guess that we would better work in perfectioning the free trade area of Mercosur and realize that we've been not able to work as a customs union, in fact, so why maintain this appearance. No, I understand that for foreign policy reasons, for foreign policy matters, it's good to negotiate as a bloc, but it can mean that the members are stuck to this in this process without freedom to go and negotiate if they are able to negotiate with other partners. So, yes, I think that we went in the opposite way in this period. We continue to work as if we were a customs union, which we are not, and we've not been able to improve our network of trade agreements. That is why I believe that closing this deal with the EU would be so beneficial to Mercosur, because Mercosur needs a kind of push of modernization, and the agreement with the EU would mean that we would have to make movements inside Mercosur. If we look what happened in the second term of 2019, right after the interim agreement was announced, it's astonishing. During the second semester of 2019, Mercosur was able to negotiate 3 or 4 internal agreements that were there for a long time. A trade facilitation agreement, improvements in the automotive agreement, improvements in government procurement, improvements in intellectual property. This was made possible by the fact that the agreement with the EU was announced, and we will have to catch up with the rules that were negotiated already with Europe. So this would be an extra benefit that the EU-Mercosur deal would bring to Mercosur.
No, I ask you because this is an important aspect as well. If we don't have a deal, we also have some responsibility to bear if this process that we have been supporting since the 90s of Mercosur from the European perspective might, crumble, to some extent. I don't know if there are any other questions. I'll ask. Yes, there are 3 questions, so please go ahead. And then we will move the 3 final questions, and then we will move to final remarks.
Yeah, my name is Richard Schenk from MCC Brussels, and I want to bring up the farming issue again, because what we have in Europe, why this is such a sensitive issue, is because the environmental and climate and animal welfare regulations have spot European farming in a very hard, between rock and hard place. So we already have farms that are dying, where the next generation is not taking over. And on Monday, the Belgian presidency of the Council mentioned that they expect to decline agricultural production by 10–15% in the next decades in the result of the so-called Green Deal. So everybody is calling for mirror clauses with Mercosur. And so the South American countries should mirror these regulations in their own agricultural sector. And I just can't imagine that the South American countries would do that because they want to export. So the whole free trade agreement is about exporting their own products to Europe. So maybe the 2 South American panelists could comment on this.
Thank you so much. So, Deputy Minister Albertoni, please be ready to answer this question. Reminding that Minister of Agriculture of Spain, Planas, yesterday he was also saying in the press that he supports these mirroring clauses. Second question, please.
Thank you, Professor Linson. May I ask Antonio a question regarding the Spitzenkandidat?
Yes, of course. Why not? It's the final panel, so let's go for it.
Okay. Yes, I think that the Spitzenkandidat procedure is, let's say, a pseudo-democratic procedure because, the parliamentary groups don't exactly represent 500 million European citizens. Why? Because I'm also running for the EU elections. So why isn't it possible for the citizens to directly elect the next European Commission President? Thank you.
Okay, now final question, please, just 30 seconds, because then we have to start moving towards the end.
Andrea Castagna, I have a question for Deputy Minister Albertoni. I will be very quick. I don't want to talk about current Mercosur members, but a former Mercosur member, because I think another elephant in the room, since we're talking today about elephants in the room, is Venezuela. I'm reading growing, worrying news about the situation in Venezuela, and not only about the social context in the country, but about the fact that they are putting troops with the border, on the border with Guyana. And it's something that here in Europe we don't really talk about. We don't talk about Venezuela. We don't talk about this issue at all, at least in the political discourse. And I was wondering, what's the situation there in Latin America? What's the situation? Do we have to be worried about that? What's the mood there? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Deputy Minister Albertoni, 2 questions. I'll ask you to please be very short, if possible. A very short comment on the mirror clauses, and if you want to add something on Venezuela. And Tono, please, very short on Spitzenkandidat, because then we can keep the discussion during coffee. So please, Deputy Minister Albertoni.
Not easy to answer these 2 very important questions, in 30 seconds. But anyway,
we just have 3 minutes, so please.
Yes, no, but first of all, in terms of the last question that we heard about Venezuela, of course, we are following very closely what is happening there. Venezuela was in a sort of difficult position in Mercosur because it's suspended given the democratic situation that they're facing. Uruguay is convinced, that given the context of the elections this regime is promoting, this is not in the context of a democracy. There are candidates, that could be part of the election that they are not there, so they are limited, and restricting, candidates to be in the election. This is clearly not part of the value we are looking for in a democracy. So this is why Venezuela, is suspended, not only for Uruguay reasons, but also for in terms of the negotiation, also is not participating, in the negotiation. But this is something, of course, from a European perspective, to follow closely, because, and of course, it's part and a very important part of the region. It's a country, of course, with a very important role also in the region if they can solve this democratic issue. On the agricultural side, that another member of the of the audience, asked about, I think it's something that we could expect, that then agricultural and also the energy sector and the environmental sector are pushing, to have a better agreement on that. But once again, we know that the preferences of these sectors always will be pushing to have a better agreement and limiting the agreement in some sense. Different to the business sector of Europe, that we have a colleague there that just said that since the beginning of this refresh of the conversation was very positive on agreements. But we have to see in the environmental and agricultural side, what would we have to write together? For example, something we were considering the negotiation table is green hydrogen. It's something that we, could be one of the outcomes if we have an agreement, how we gonna deal or have a similar regulation of green hydrogen. So let's see on the infinite agenda we could have if we have an agreement, and rather than not having an agreement that, will be all the conversation will be paused. And I think this will be problematic, once again, given that the Western countries have to show ourselves together, given the context of uncertainty we are all facing in the international arena.
Thank you very much. Tono, Spitzenkandidat. I know the answer. I know you can do it in 20 seconds. So.
And first of all, sorry to our Latin American colleagues. It's a very internal thing, but okay. But the question, as a politician, I have to answer everything. And this is a very good question, by the way. Pseudo-democratic figure. But I think it was more democratic than ambassadors and top civil servants in Brussels deciding who's going to be the next president of the European Commission. I think that I learned from late President Martens.
Martens?
I learned not to be very respectful and patient with the decisions that we have to take, to consolidate this project. Constitution, the failure of the European Constitution was a fair demonstration that if you take 2 steps forward, European societies are not so keen to accept it. So we have to go. Spitzenkandidat, I'm telling you, it was a humble first stone of the building of having finally the President of the Commission being elected directly by the citizens. That was the aim, that was the ambition. But claro, with European list, that candidate should be in a European list. Still, there is a long time for a citizen of Gothenburg to vote for a candidate from Toledo, or the one from Sicily to vote a candidate from Finland, okay? We were starting a process. We will not forget about it. We will continue in this battle to give that political debate so, again, things like this debate about Mercosur are properly explained by people that are elected, that is the aim, of course, and that have to give explanations to people. That's what politicians are for. The people that are now doing these decisions, they are not used to give explanations in media, except for leakings in Politico, maybe, which is here in this city a happy time for everybody. But for people that really they don't have to face the media front page every day to give explanations about what's going on. That is the humble approach that we will keep fighting for.
Thank you, Tono. So now just a final round to our speakers. You can answer in 15 seconds, please. After what we discussed here, so what do you see, what are the prospects? And we'll start with Nicolas Albertoni. Pessimism or cautious optimism? Just choose one. About EU-Mercosur.
Positive. As a politician, everything, we have to continue until, we really will see the end. And we're still having conversation that I would like to say the truth. We're still having conversation. And of course, the parliament elections, I know what could happen in June could change the dynamics. But we are still having conversation. The both regions, Mercosur have a meeting in a few hours. And we're still having hope.
Thank you. Eleonora Catella, please.
Also cautious optimism, and we can't stop hoping that a solution will be found that will allow the negotiations to be really finally concluded. Also as a signal to other trading partners with whom we are negotiating, because the trade agenda of the European Union doesn't end here. Mercosur is one of the most important agreements, the most important agreement we are grappling with at the moment, but we also hope to see more in the future, and we need to send a positive message that the EU is able to conclude agreements and ratify them.
Yeah, after the failure of TTIP and 10 years after the signature of CETA without ratification still, it's an important debate as well. Sandra Rios.
Very cautious optimism. just to say that I'd rather have the negotiations open than closed, definitely. So I guess that until we have, while we have the possibility of exchange views and try to eliminate some of the difficulties, although we do not have the political will to close the deal, at least we are discussing and maintaining the negotiations open. I think it's better than to decide to close the negotiations without any result. So,
Tono.
I already said it. As a politician, I always have to demonstrate to everybody that I am optimist, because people have to keep the faith on this. I am not optimist, but we will keep fighting on. Those who we believe that this is good and that we should explain better to farmers and to people the good things that also this agreement could bring to Europe.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to our speakers. Thank you also to the Martens Center for bringing this topic to the debate, which is very important. And I will now give the floor back to Theo, please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you to our final panelists of the day. Thank you for all your comments and questions that have livened up the discussion. We have now reached the end. We're about to head off to the cocktail, but first I'd like to hand over to the Executive Director of the Martens Center, Tommi Huhtanen. Thank you.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed my pleasure to close this very first Global Synergy conference. Just a couple of takeaways, a couple of points on this reflection. First of all, I would like to close the circle. So, indeed, this was the first of our conference. So, why did we do it? And I think that the key idea there is that we have had in Brussels, we often speak about the EU's global role and our impact. But as actually Antonio López Istúriz well put it, you know, outside of Brussels bubble, if you go to Delhi, Singapore, Tokyo, it gets suddenly very thin. And many times we speak about, you know, global scope without knowing exactly what we are talking about. And here in Brussels bubble, we tend to be very domestic. We think we are very international, but we don't go outside. So that was, this conference was had the purpose to counter that. And of course, on the other hand, we have this internal challenge that if you look at the political landscape, now our topics, what we are dealing here, you have the more and more European domestic challenges. Then you have the neighborhood, you know, not only Ukraine, but you of course North Africa, which we have not discussed, and then a whole the global landscape. And somehow we would need to find an energy to tackle with all of that. And of course, that was one of the motivation to have this conference. On the political points and topics, geopolitics, just one point. When we were quite diplomatic about two elephants in the room, China and Russia. Concerning Russia, I don't go there because that's a wider discussion. But especially on China, I think that there is, you know, as our Indian speaker very well put that when something happens, for example, for India, related to India's security concern, somehow there is a feeling there is no reactions from EU side. And of course, in this case, we refer to, you know, in China's actions. Then I would claim that there is a common space and the discussion, what can we do together, especially because it's not only about guns and boats, it's also about hybrid attack, which we also feel here in Europe and as we have been hearing also in Taiwan. And that's there is a common point there. About the trade and globalization, last panel we spoke about Mercosur. I would claim that when we speak about globalization, it's really about trade. That's the core of it. And the fact that, and also, you know, if we think about last 20, 30 years of global economic development, the driver was trade. And now there is a big move backwards, regionalization of globalization and less trade. And I think that can be and should be our common agenda, especially if I listen our Indian friends again, commenting, I somehow have a feeling that Indians, for example, would have a big window of opportunity here to open up and really benefit in the same way that China did for decades. But of course, it's up to them to work, you know, to make that decision. Then we have been discussing about sustainable economy, sustainable transition, the climate change. That was one of the reasons why we did this conference, because here in Martens Center, in broad terms, we acknowledge that for Europeans, the climate change is a major concern. But the second point, the fact that we have been pushing it through regulation and public financing. And we would claim that the numbers just don't add up. So you need much more private involvement, number one. And number two, we need to speak about this with our global partners in Asia and beyond. Because if you really want to have a global impact, we know that the emissions here of European Union or Europe are under 10%. So we need to get everybody involved. And I think there is a lot to learn. Also, we have been referring to a populist debate in Europe, but for example, if we can make an argument that what we are pushing is not only in Europe, it's not our special project, but this is something which is happening globally, we could get a stronger argument. I would conclude about the future. So what are the future steps? Well, you know, this was the beginning, this was the opening. We hope to continue. I would say many of you have been coming and commenting what a great initiative that we don't have so many such discussions here in Brussels. I think that that's a good sign. I guess the challenge for all of us here in Brussels bubble is to kind of take that, integrate this global discussion to our European debate. So that's it. It's 14th of February. It's St. Valentine's Day. Some of us have, romantic dinners, but in many European countries, it's played as a day of friendship. So I think it's an appropriate day to have this conference. New friendships have been made, and will be made, and let's assume this is continuation of very good friendship. I would like to thank first of all the panelists especially from different continents who have made the effort to come to the Spring East Brussels, which was not so sunny, but nevertheless, we tried. I would like to thank you, the audience, also the online audience, because there's quite high numbers that you have participated, and of course, the Martens Center team. I would like to thank especially Anna-Nali Vaiko, who basically, this is just one day and couple of hours, but I can tell you Anna has been working on this a solid 4 months. So I don't know, Anna, what you're going to do tomorrow, but I'm sure that you will find out. So with this, I would conclude the first Global Synergy Conference, and I would like to invite you to our, follow-up in our St. Valentine's Day drinks next door. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
How do I deal with what I'm feeling? Maybe I just don't. What you do when I'm in ruins, all alone. I'm all alone, and I know nothing to do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a film.